Hey 19.
She thinks I'm crazy, but I'm just growing old. Hey 19. No, we got nothing in common. We can't dance together. We can't talk at all.
Number 2. Do it again.
Yeah, you go back, Jack, do it again. Wheel turning round and round. You go back, Jack, do it again.
Number 1. Reeling in the years.
Are you reeling in the years? Stowing away the time? Are you gathering up the tears?
it's kind of, it's the preseason. I was throwing Thursdays and Sundays. So it kind of got me ready for the weekend, and then was a little lighter last week coming into game week. But I knew, it was probably going to be Saturday or Sunday. So, just be mentally prepared all 3 days of the weekend and kind of lock in from the start of the game.
Well, pretty good opening debut. I'll let you guys get back to the workout now. Thanks for taking the time to join me.
I appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Aaron Savary, Gannon Archer, the win and the save in yesterday's Hawkeye victory. We'll be back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stolke teamed up with 22 & Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today. Available only at 22 & Vine. It's a game changer.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. The final game of the series down in Tampa. Rubber match against the USF Bulls. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a really strong win last night.
Yeah, I was really proud of the guys. It was a tough loss on Friday night after a long trip and quick turnaround, and guys showed up and played outstanding. After the first inning, it looked grim for a short period of time at the start of the game. Aaron Savary, he didn't have much command, walks a couple guys, gives up a couple runs, but then was able to minimize and get out of it and settled in and pitched the best game of his career. I mean, he was absolutely dominant the rest of his outing. Went 6 innings. And it looked at one time it looked like we weren't going to make it out the first inning, and then Aaron retired like 18 out of 19 guys in a row, and the offense responded. We put runs on the board early, had a double and a home run. Daniel Rogers hit a double, and Miles Risley homered, and we scored runs in 6 innings, and had a bunch of extra base hits. Ben Williams had a great game. Reese Moore had a great game. Rogers hit his first home run. And, we were just steady offensively. We never really, blew it open, but we were putting pressure on them the entire game. And we were getting, I think we had 6 innings where we got the leadoff runner on, and that made a big difference compared to the night before. And we, other than the 2 walks, and we had 2 pitcher errors, and that was the only free bases we gave up yesterday. It's pretty impressive, 4 free bases, and just really clean baseball and good at bats. And Gannon Archer came in and filled the zone up the last 3 innings and pitched well, and didn't give up a run, and held South Florida to 3 hits for the second day in a row. So, overall, it was a good effort. I thought the energy was great, just like it was on Friday. And Jackson Beeman put him in, give us a little power, and he hit his first home run, so that was good to see, and ready to go today.
The starting pitching coach, that's got to be off to a really nice start, because both starters have gotten you 10 strikeouts and only allowed 2 walks. Been a relief once you get through that first inning.
Yeah, hopefully that was just the first inning nerves, and those blips are out of the way, because they can definitely cost you. But like you said, after that they were outstanding, and hopefully we see more of that from Reese Buter today. And we've got a full pen. There's a lot of great. Well, in fact, it's one of those days where we're just not going to be able to see all the guys we had hoped to see on the trip, unless something crazy happens. But hey, that's the way it goes, and we'll take that any day.
Early morning start today, Coach. That's got to be a challenge.
Yeah, it is. These road trips are crazy and kind of a whirlwind. But I like our team's toughness, and have said that all year. Even though we're young and in spots and inexperienced in spots, this team innately is a pretty tough group, and it's a challenge for us today. I'm anxious to see if they respond to it. They've had 2 days in a row where they came out and really played hard and with good energy, good focus, and we're going to really need that today, because after the way the 2 games have gone, even though they won, the South Florida won game 1, I don't think they felt good about how that day went. One swing of the bat, and it was a good win for them and all that. But I mean, they only had 3 hits and held them to 3 hits yesterday. I'm sure they're pressing some, and we're going to get their best effort right out of the chute. But like I told the guys before we got off the bus, if we come out with the same focus and energy and stay after them like we have the first 2 days, I think if we can shut them down a few times, that they may just go away, but they're going to come out early and fight, and we have to be ready for that.
Pounce and take advantage when that blood's in the water, right, Coach?
Yeah, correct.
They gave us the TBD on the starting pitcher earlier in the week, Coach. Do we have any idea who's throwing for him today, or what we'll see from them?
Yeah, we're going to see a right-hander. He's a transfer from, I believe, Coastal Carolina. Pretty stuffy guy. Going to be up to 94. He's going to live 91 to 94. The stuff we had heard about him is that good breaking stuff, but struggles to command it.
Okay.
And that's going to be the way we're going to look at it coming out of the chute, is that make him hit with his off speed. And try to eliminate pitches that he can't hit with, and avoid the chase. And if we can do that, if it's a small scouting report, but the scouting report is true, and we're locked in and spitting on the breaking balls out of the zone, even if they're nasty, that'd bode well for us. That's what we did yesterday for the most part. We did a good job of just eliminating pitches when they couldn't hit with them, and we're able to get guys on base.
And don't know much about their bullpen, what they've got left out there, do we?
Well, I think you'll potentially see a lot of the guys we saw on Friday night.
Okay. Right.
And that's kind of how we're looking at it. If those were their best guys, then they're going to come back today.
And that'd be good for us, because we've already seen them have a little bit more experience and put the pressure back on them.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a beautiful morning right now, but there's storms coming in later, and which is why we bumped this game up to 10. But they're saying the wind's going to pick up here in the next hour to 2 hours. I mean, it's going to be blowing like maybe 35, 40 mile an hour. Initially, it's going to go out. If the game goes long, when the front comes through, it's going to switch and come in from the north. So could be a little bit of a weather day with the wind and how it's going to play. But yeah, I mean, we'll just go out and do our thing with our strike zone discipline and have a good plan for him once we see him, and be ready to go.
Offensively, Coach, the lineups have been pretty different from game 1 to game 2. What are you leaning towards in game 3 in terms of your lineup?
First weekend especially, I think it's important to get new guys, fresh guys out there daily, just because of the stress and strain of travel and playing for the first time. You run the same 9 3 times in a row. A lot of times you get low energy, and having new guys in the lineup tend to give you some spark. And I thought Jason Frost had a solid game on Friday night. He scored 3 runs his first start, so he'll be back at third. With the wind blowing the way it is, I want to keep Beeman out there, and so that means Andy Nelson's going to play second base, and going to, at least starting out, going to give Cooper Schulte the day off and move Gable Mitchell over to short to start the game. Dan Rogers will be back behind the plate after Reese Moore did a nice job yesterday catching. Reese will be DHing. Wolf will be at first, and then Wilmus is off to a hot start, and so is Risley, and they'll be left in center field.
All right, Coach, the rubber match of the series today. This feels like a traditional series. You're playing the same team 3 times. Let's take this Sunday game. It's a big one.
Yeah, it is, and it's a good trial run for our guys. The tough guys win on Sunday, and you got to show up and play hard, and especially when they throw a 10 a.m.er on you, Eastern Coast time, and I'm just excited to see how the guys handle it. They handled yesterday extremely well, and was proud of that, and hope we can come out and do the same today.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time.
Thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Red McEwen Field in Tampa, Florida. Good morning, Hawkeye fans. It's time to go. The rubber match of this series with USF. We'll be back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game as a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Welcome back to Red McEwen Field. Pre-game coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball continues. We'll get you the starting lineups in just a moment, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. It's time to welcome in my color analyst, John Evans. John, one more down here from Tampa, and it's a big one. Let's take the series today.
Breakfast at the ballpark. Let's go get it done.
There we go. Okay, Reese Buter gets the start on the mound for the Hawks. Like to see how Reese developed over the past year.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting. I know his name probably came up when you were talking about who had a chance or who was going to win the Sunday role, but might not have been the favorite for it. And so it'll be really interesting to see how he's developed. You know, obviously his year didn't go the way he wanted or expected last year. And so you've got two ways to do that. You can kind of dig your heels in and say, no, I'm good enough. I don't know what's going on. Or you make some adjustments. And by everything we've heard, he's made some adjustments. So I can't wait to see what changes he's made and how that helps him become more effective.
Through 2 games of this series, it sort of felt like Iowa's outplayed USF in both. It feels like Iowa's the better team here. offense has been good for Iowa, with the exception of that first game. Couldn't get the big hit. USF got the big hit on Friday night. Iowa didn't. Iowa had several big hits yesterday. How do you see this one playing out today?
Well, Iowa had more extra base hits yesterday. What I'd like to see a little bit still, in the two games, Iowa has just two out RBIs and just 3 hits with 2 outs. So haven't been able to extend innings, create issues. Yesterday they did a nice job of stringing together ones. It turned a couple of those innings into 2s, but it was really death by 1,000 cuts, I guess is the saying. I'd like to see Iowa really string together the big inning here. Get 3, 4, 5 runs in an inning. See if what Coach Heller believes is true, that maybe if you punch South Florida today, they're going to be like, hey, let's just get the heck out of here and regroup and start over.
All right, we'll take our final break of pregame. We'll come back with starting lineups and first pitch between South Florida and Iowa. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Different people have different needs. Delta Dental of Iowa has affordable dental and vision coverage that meets you where you are. Small business on a budget? We have options with no employer costs. Traditional Medicare plans don't cover dental, but we do. And if you can't get benefits at work, you can buy direct from us. Plus, we give back to your community. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental. For your smile, for your health, for your community.
Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball forward Hannah Stuelke teamed up with 22 and Vine at Riverside Casino and Golf Resort to bring you an exclusive creation, the Hamburger. This mouthwatering masterpiece features 2 delicious sausage and beef patties with crispy bacon jam, melted American cheese, and a perfectly fried egg, all nestled on a French toast caramelized brioche bun. Experience the Hamburger today, available only at 22 and Vine. It's a game changer.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth in Tampa, Florida. Final game of the weekend for the Hawkeyes before returning home. It's going to be quite a change for us tonight when we get back. The cold temperatures in Iowa, a little bit different than the nice and warm weather we've had here this weekend.
Yeah, we may not I guess we can set an over-under on how many cars won't start when we get back home, back to the lot. You're the only one in the biggest danger, having parked at the airport, where the rest of us are in the Hall of Fame lot.
Right. I'm hoping that my car turns over. The key turns over when I get back to Cedar Rapids tonight. Let's look ahead at the schedule for the Hawkeyes. You get that Tuesday game against Loras was canceled because of the obvious cold temperatures in Iowa City this upcoming week. Next weekend, down at Stetson in DeLand, Notre Dame, Stetson, and UMBC. 3 games in the Stetson tournament. Those are big ones. We know Stetson's a pretty big power, and so the Hawks will see them on Saturday afternoon. Stetson beat Penn State yesterday, and so we don't know much about Notre Dame or UMBC. You figure Notre Dame's got a fair enough squad. And so that's a nice tournament for the Hawks next weekend.
Absolutely. Well, Notre Dame beat North Florida 19-6 yesterday. But can we hit that Tuesday game just real quick? You see on social media and all of that of, gosh, why would Iowa schedule a game in February? You're never going to get it in. Well, last year we were down here. I guess we were in Charleston. We're on the bus trying to go back to the airport, and the weather was 50 or 60 degrees in Iowa, and Coach Heller was scrambling around trying to schedule a game because all of a sudden the weather was so good. And so that puts stress on the support staff. It puts stress on what you're going to bring home because you hadn't planned on it. It's much easier to have the game on the schedule and take it off than it is to try to randomly put it on and find it at the last minute. So I get it looks a little silly to schedule a game in February, but some of the best weather games we've had at home in the first 6 weeks of the season were these February games. So anyway, with that,
you're entirely right.
But yeah, with next week will certainly be a step up in competition as we go home for a couple days and then come right back here to Florida. So looking forward to seeing another group of teams. It's the only tournament style where we'll see 3 different teams in a weekend. So that'll be interesting in its own way too.
Following the next weekend in Florida, the Hawks will go to Texas for 4 games with Washington State. So that'll be a long series with the Cougars in Texas as we get into March. Your first chance to see this Iowa Hawkeye baseball team will be Wednesday, March 5th against St. Thomas. That'll be at Banks before the Hawks head out to Rutgers to start conference play. This is a great team. This is a good group of guys. We know the staff now, and really encourage you to follow along all season, and especially come greet the Hawks on Wednesday, March 5th, when St. Thomas comes to town. All right, the Bulls have taken the field, and their starting pitcher is dealing his warm-up tosses. Let's get you today's starting lineups. We'll go first with the Hawkeyes. Ben Wilmus starts in left field. He'll lead things off in a moment. Caleb Wolf at first base today for Iowa, batting second, followed by Reese Moore, the DH. A bit of a change-up in the middle. Miles Risley has moved up to the cleanup spot, and he's the starting center fielder. Dan Rogers is the catcher for Iowa today, batting fifth. Gable Mitchell at shortstop, he'll bat sixth. 7, 8, 9 for Iowa today. Andy Nelson at second base, Jackson Beeman in right field, and Jackson Frost back in the lineup. He'll start at third base and bat ninth. The starting pitcher for USF this morning is Jorge De Cardenas, a right-hander, and he's on the mound.
14 appearances last year with Charlotte and 3 starts, just through 13 2/3 innings. So another one of those. Have to see what he's going to bring to the table, what work he's done to be able to extend off that.
USF with old gold tops, white pants. They've got Bulls spelled out in cursive green across the chest. They've got green ball caps with the old gold bill. Hawkeyes going with their black tops. Iowa spelled out in gold block letters across the chest. Gray baseball pants for Iowa today. Iowa going with the gold ball caps, the black block I, and the black bill.
You can't get the gate closed in center field.
Yeah, a bit of a delay there. The center fielder went to try to close the big door in right center and couldn't get the job done, so I guess he said, forget it, I'm going to leave it.
Well, I assume there's a latch behind and so he can't close the latch. Needs somebody to help him, and there was nobody down in the South Florida bullpen yet, so had to hustle down there to get it closed.
First pitch was scheduled for 10:05 local time. We're going to hit that mark as the first pitch to Ben Wilmus is across for a strike. We're underway in Tampa. Wind blowing out today to left, left center. Ball could carry a bit. The 0-1 to Wilmus on the ground, through into right field, and Ben continues the hot start to his season. He's on to lead things off for the Hawks.
Saw the 91-mile-an-hour fastball to open it up. Saw 92 on the second pitch right in the middle of the plate. Just rolled it through. Shot a 103 through the first second base hole.
These teams met back in 2017 to open the season. The Bulls took game 1 that year. Iowa answered, winning game 2, but USF took the rubber match. Iowa wants to change that tune today and win the final 2 games of the series to get a nice series win to get the Hawks started. Caleb Wolf is the batter now for Iowa. First baseman, left-handed hitter. First year with the Hawks, a junior. Comes in from Southeastern Community College, West Liberty, Iowa native. The 0-1 is fouled off in the box, 0-2.
4 left-handed hitters for the Hawks today in the lineup. That's not something we've said a lot in the last couple of years.
No, that's right. Get a lot of them early in the order, too. We'll go back-to-back here with Wolf and Moore on deck. One thing we haven't seen Iowa do a lot of this weekend is get active on the base paths. I guess the opportunities haven't really been there, but Iowa does have a lot of speed this year. 0-2 pitch to Wolf, fouled back to the screen.
When we talked a little bit before the broadcast, Lance Triple, the catcher for the Bulls, has shown a pretty darn good arm. So you're going to have to pick spots, maybe hope if you're off speed count, maybe go run on that. I don't know, you want to test him on a fastball up and away.
Another 0-2. Wolf takes it downstairs below the knees. It's 1-2.
The other hard thing is you don't really know what the pitcher's move is. We don't have good scout on the pitchers taking the mound, so you don't know. Have quick feet, are they quick to the plate? You kind of have to watch and feel it out a little bit.
That's a really good point. There's more to it than just not knowing what kind of pitches he throws. As Wolf fouls off another pitch over to the left side. All those things come into play, just like you're talking about, John.
We are opening up the game with the same shift that we forgot to ask the coaches about.
Yeah, that's
right. Mayo just plastered to the left field line.
1-2 pitch to Wolf. Another foul ball over to the left side. Caleb hanging tough in there. DeCardenas challenging with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. A couple changes for USF. Sebastian Greco is starting for the first time this weekend. He's at first base. Left field is Jackson Mayo. Center fielder Ryan Pruitt. Right fielder Marcus Brodell. 1-2 to Wolf. That's on the inside corner, and it froze him at 93 miles an hour. Caleb is out number 1.
It was close. You're kind of hoping, if you're Wolf, you're hoping that maybe it gets called inside, but it really just clipped the black on the inside part of the plate.
Pretty good velocity from DeCardenas early on here.
I guess, again, a strange way to pitch the left-handed hitters as he's willing to come inside on them, which is great, but then with the outfield alignment shifted to the opposite field, if any Hawkeye hitter can elevate it to the outfield with some pull, it's going to roll a while.
Doing the same thing for Reese Moore in this at-bat. 0-1 on Reese. Hands got started. They say went around, chased a pitch that was high. No balls and 2 strikes now on Reese. He's the DH today for Iowa. Reese, a redshirt sophomore from Van Meter. Down on the count here, 0-2. Wilma still at first base with 1 out. Here's the pitch. Reese takes up and in for a ball.
Ooh.
Moore was solid yesterday, 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Also drew 2 walks.
That might have been a better pitch than the one that struck out Wolf.
That high and tight corner, huh? 1 ball, 2 strikes on Moore. Here's the pitch. That one's in there for another called strike. Iowa puzzled early on. That inner third fastball is freezing the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, that's clearly there. You're looking for something that's going to spin and break because that ball that's a really good pitch. It's an Amber Alert. It's why everybody's phone's going off.
I hear that siren. All right, here's Miles Risley, the cleanup spot. First pitch to Miles is low and out. Right-handed hitter for Iowa. Ball was juggled by Triple for a moment there, but not far enough away from him where Wilmus could advance to second. Risley started the weekend in the 9-hole. Moved up to 7 yesterday and is now batting 4th for Iowa. 1-0 pitch. Hits on the ground to third. Third baseman moves to his left, gathers it. Throw to first is very late. Gets by the first baseman, and so Wilmus will advance to third. And Risley reaches. Tough play for the third baseman, Rose.
Oh, that'll be an infield single, and then Wilmus will advance on an error, and I'm not sure who they'll give the error to. It looked like a ball that was easily catchable for Greco and just got away from him.
Third baseman Rose moved to his left towards shortstop. And by the time he gathered it, Risley's speed had moved him all the way down the line. So runners at the corners here, 2 outs for Dan Rogers, the starting catcher for Iowa. Extra base hits for Rogers yesterday, a double and a line drive home run to right. See if Iowa can get on the board early. First pitch is a fastball off the plate away from the left-handed power hitter.
They called that an error on the third baseman, so.
Yep, so you were right, John. The single, first of all, and then the throwing error they've credited to Rose at third base. First and third with 2 outs. 1-0 pitch to Rogers. On the ground, right side. The second baseman is there to scoop it up. Hawkeyes will throw out Rogers, and Iowa will leave a couple runners on in the first. Nothing doing for Iowa in the top half. Reese Buter makes his way to the mound. And we'll be back for the bottom of the first right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. You'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Baseball. We can all help prevent suicide. There is hope with the 988 Lifeline. Call or text 988 now.
Iowa's taking the field defensively. We'll give you the starting lineup for South Florida here in the bottom of the first. Bradkey Laurie, the shortstop, is the leadoff hitter for USF. Sebastian Greco and Lance Triple will be the first Bulls to the plate in this inning. Rafael Betancourt, the DH, bats fourth. Marcus Brodell, the right fielder, will bat fifth for USF. At third base and batting sixth is Matt Rose. 7, 8, 9, Jackson Mayo, Carlos Hawkeyes, and Ryan Pruitt. Iowa defensively on the infield left to right. Jackson Frost at third, Gable Mitchell at short, Andy Nelson at second base, and Caleb Wolf at first base today. In the outfield left to right, Ben Wilmus, Miles Risley, and Jackson Beeman. Behind the plate and catching for Iowa is Dan Rogers. And the starting pitcher for the Hawkeyes today is right-handed redshirt senior Reese Buter. He's from Cedar Falls and attended Dike New Hartford High School.
16 appearances last year with a start. Went 1-3. Was maybe the best guy at getting 2 strikes last year and then just had a really hard time finishing off hitters. I talked to him a little bit about it. Maybe he was trying to be a little too precise here and there and just then you lose a little confidence in your stuff. And again, a guy that was willing to learn and took some things on, and look forward to seeing what adjustments he's made here and how he attacks hitters to get that third strike.
Reese has a very strong fastball. We'll see what else he can mix in this year. Bradkey Laurie, the right-handed shortstop for USF, is in the box. Buter out of the windup is ready. Here's the first pitch. This is hit in the air to center. Risley is camped underneath it already, and he makes the catch for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out. Good start for Reese.
Easiest way to not have to get to strike 3 is just have him pop up the first pitch.
That's right. Iowa's starting pitching had a couple of rocky first innings. Friday was a little rocky for Cade. Yesterday was a little rocky for Savary. Then they eventually settled in. We'll see what Reese has going for him in the first inning today. This is Sebastian Greco, the first baseman, left-handed hitter. He's in the box. First pitch from Buter is up and in. Called a ball. 92 miles an hour from Reese. 1 ball, no strikes. Next pitch from Reese is hit high in the air, again to center. This one is carrying well, and it is trouble. Risley's back, and it's over the wall for a home run. USF on the board first on a solo shot from Sebastian Greco.
92-mile-an-hour fastball, middle of the plate and up. Greco was able to go up and get it. 92 in, 104 out as it travels 414 over the center field wall.
So a couple of fly balls to start the game. The first one was caught by Risley, and the second one had a little bit more behind it. So once again, Iowa gives up a run in the first inning.
Refused to have a clean first.
Here's Lance Triple, the right-handed hitter, the starting catcher. First pitch is a breaking ball that's outside to him. 1 ball, no strikes. I was thinking in my head, okay, if Reese can get through the first quietly with no damage, What does that mean for the rest of his start? Because Iowa's settled down after the first inning. There's a breaking ball that's in there for a strike to even the count, 1-1. The Hawkeye pitchers have done a really nice job throughout the weekend that when adversity strikes, they funnel it back in. They get back on the right track. 1-1 strike to Triple. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Reese has gone with 3 straight breaking balls, and that one he got Triple to commit to, and he comes up empty. 1 for 7 this weekend for Triple. Reese has him in a hole here. 1-2 strikes with 1 out. The pitch from Buter. Ground ball to short. Gable gloves it on 1 hop. Strong throw over to first. Draws Wolf off the bag, and Caleb is able to apply the tag in time for the second out of the inning.
Gable's played all 3 infield positions here this weekend. Had to adjust his alignment on different throws. Always had a great, strong arm. So good job there, and good play by Wolf to come off and easily make the tag on Triple.
Has to be a little bit of a challenge for Gable to make that throwing adjustment. The muscle memory is different every day for him. Fastball to Rafael Betancourt. The DH is downstairs and inside for ball 1. Betancourt also 1 for 7 this weekend. 3 strikeouts. Left-handed hitter. 1-0 delivery from Buter. Is hit on the ground to short once again. Gable fields this, steps, throws. Much better throw this time. Wolf drops down to the splits, but makes the grab for the 3rd out. An efficient inning for Reese, but does give up the solo home run. USF on the board first. It's 1-0. We'll be back for the second right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Leaders know there's no guide to greatness. When everyone else says something can't be done, they know it only hasn't been done yet. True leaders weather the fiercest storms and look deep within themselves to rise above and help others find their way forward. At Great Southern Bank, we're proud to partner with visionaries that help raise the tide for all of us. And when you're ready to bring your vision to life, we'll be right behind you with award-winning support.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City.
Iowa trails USF 1-0 in the top of the second. It'll be Gable Mitchell, Andy Nelson, and Jackson Beeman. You put those 3 in the 6, 7, and 8 spot. Pretty balanced lineup for Iowa today. Gable swings at the first pitch, though, and pops it up. Shallow right field. Second baseman Hawkeyes going back. He's called off by the right fielder, and he dropped it. Brodell came in, made a late call, and never really got there. He sort of half slid for it and dropped it. And so Mitchell reaches. We'll take that.
Boy, outfielder's job is to call the infielder off, but you better make sure you're going to get there if you're going to call him off. That'll go as a fairly cheap hit for Gable.
Here comes Andy Nelson. First pitch to Andy. That's across for a strike.
It'll go as a, obviously win as a hit, but it's kind of a free base. See if Iowa can make that hurt a little bit.
No balls in the strike on Nelson. The pitch is outside, 1-1. The stat broadcast, they're editing in there because they've said that Gable flied out to right.
assumptions were made.
Nelson squares to bunt, got it down, but fouled it off before he left the box.
Ball went off of him, so good thing he was still in the box or he would have been out.
Again, as we mentioned in the top half of the first, haven't seen Iowa play their small ball yet. They felt confident in their hitters to swing away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big gap in left center for Andy. Mitchell at first base. Here's the pitch. Fouled back to the screen. Nelson started the weekend batting third, Friday and Saturday. Moved down to 7 today. We'll get Andy going. Looking for his first hit of the season. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Nelson. Mitchell with a great lead at first base. Here's the pitch. That's high and out, ball 2.
Cardenas hit his spot there. Triple was set up outside there. And they hit where he was looking for, but just Andy didn't bite. Neither did the home plate umpire, Daniel Jimenez.
Maybe a more inexperienced hitter would chase after that. Gable takes off. The pitch is swung on and missed. And Mitchell gets to second base. Oh, no, they've called Gable out. So interference from Nelson on the swing and the miss.
Actually, the second base umpire is sending him back to first, which I think is a win.
Yeah, there's some miscommunication by the umpires here. They're calling Gable Mitchell out. And it'll be a double play there for USF. A strikeout of Nelson and then interference. Mitchell is out at second base. Now the base paths are empty. Tough break.
There is I don't know that I ever see that in Major League Baseball, and I see it a ton here in college. I think the rule is just a little bit different. Swing and a miss there from Beeman. It makes it really difficult. You know, it almost makes those hit and run plays hard. When you swing and miss, you're almost inviting that second out.
Jackson Beeman in the box, takes a pitch inside. It's 1-1. Iowa trailing 1-0 here. It was a promising start to the inning. After Gable reached on a fly ball to right. 1-1 to Beeman. Check swing did not go. The pitch was close, but it was up and in for a ball, 2-1. Beeman hit a 440-foot bomb yesterday over those palm trees in left field that cleared the road, we surmise. Another pitch. This is also out of the zone. It's 3-1. So Jackson has some pop.
Reese Moore reminded him this morning that he hit one further last year in Jacksonville. So
3-1. Beeman lifts in the air down the line in right. The wind will keep it in play. No, not quite. It's foul over the edge. Goes Marcus Brodell, the right fielder, over the fence. But foul, and the count's now full. Nobody's topped Reese from last year, right?
No, that was, 472 or something like that. That was a long, long ways.
Full count pitch to Beeman. Here it comes. That's downstairs. Ball 4. Beeman draws the walk with 2 outs. And we'll see Jackson Frost here in the second.
Third baseman, number 12, Jackson.
The upside of that either way, obviously having a base runner is great, but you turn the lineup over again. Jackson doesn't keep the inning going. You've got the top starting off next inning. Let's go ahead and Jackson keep it going.
First pitch to Frost is a called strike on the outer edge.
Ooh.
Triple really snapped that back in, didn't he?
He did. That ball was just a bit outside.
Frost, the starting third baseman. Oh, they try a pickoff move over to first, and the throw is wild. And so Beeman will get up and sprint to second base. Another free base given to the Hawkeyes in the second. Let's see if Iowa can make them pay.
Well, now it's a little more interesting. You think 2 outs with a runner on first. Takes more work to get him around. Now, any single to the outfield is going to give a chance to score.
Frost reached base 3 times in the opener on Friday. He takes one up in on the hands, got hit by the pitch. But it hit the knob of the bat. And they're not awarding him first base. And that'll draw Coach Heller out of the dugout to have a talk with Daniel Jimenez behind the plate. The way Frost reacted instantly and kind of shaking his hand, you'd think he got hit by it. But he himself did not move down to first base, so I'm not sure exactly where the ball hit him.
Yeah, based on his reaction, it looked like it hit his fingers, but...
And they will review it. They'll go down the line and left. It did not sound like it hit the knob of the bat.
Right, it didn't have kind of the metallic tink to it.
Right.
It was a much more muted sound, which...
And so they'll go take a look at it down the left field line. Frost had the day off yesterday, and Coach Heller told us it was a tough decision. He just wanted to mix with the lineup a little bit. Certainly nothing that Jackson did wrong to get the day off yesterday. He was 1 for 2 on Friday night, scored 3 runs. He singled. He walked twice. And so nice to see him back in the lineup today at third base. He's the 9-hitter this morning.
And a little bit about what you heard Coach Heller say in the pregame interview with you. There's guys in the bullpen that he wanted to get in the game and see in live action, and he's probably not going to. And same thing with the position players. There were some guys, maybe you saw and you think have earned more time, but you need to see somebody else, and they've played well too. And so it's a good problem. You get a lot of guys playing well, doing what you've asked them to do. Just the challenges of the early season, and again, that goes to why Iowa scheduled the game on Tuesday. It would be nice to be able to see some different bodies on Tuesday, be able to throw some guys in a live game against somebody not wearing a different color Hawkeye jersey. But obviously that didn't work out. And see how it works out here. We come back to Florida next week too. Later this week now. Depends on which day you want to start your week with.
You know, it's interesting, John, as we were talking earlier this morning, Iowa does have basically their full complement of bullpen, with the exception of Gannon Archer. You wouldn't expect to see him today, but everybody else on the board. And we started rattling off all the names, and we came up with quite a few returners that we'd expect to see. We haven't even really thought about the newcomers that could see some action.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the easy answers are, you've got Whitlock, you've got DeTay, you've got Sam Hart, Chaz Wheatley. You got a bunch of guys Justin Hackett, but then Daniel Wright, you got Bleeker. You've got some guys down here that might play. I don't think Bryson Walker's quite ready to go yet. He's a character. He'll be fun.
He will be.
Iowa fans will like him when they get to know him.
All right, here's the call.
I have no idea what that was, other than I don't see Jackson throwing the ball or throwing his bat toward the dugout, so they're calling it strike 2.
Come out and the umpire tapped on his hand and then flashed 2 fingers up to the booth here. So Frost is still in the box. No balls, 2 strikes, or 2 outs. Big spot here for Iowa, looking to tie it up in the second. Down 1-0. Here's the pitch to Jackson. Swing and a miss. So Frost strikes out, and Iowa leaves another runner on base. We'll go to the bottom of the second. 1-0 USF. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfasts, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
Bottom of the second inning in Tampa, Florida. The Bulls out to an early 1-0 lead. It'll be Brodell, Rose, and Mayo coming to the plate against Reese Buter, who only threw 9 pitches in the first inning, did allow the solo home run. But other than that, a couple of groundouts and a flyout.
That's pretty good. Get on track. So yesterday you were, I guess we'll call it, distracted by your day job. There was a tremendous performance for Iowa track yesterday, right?
Yes. Weight thrower sophomore Ryan Johnson set the school record for like the 4th time this year, and he threw the 4th longest weight throw mark ever in NCAA history. Not just this year, ever.
That seems good.
It's very good. And so associate head coach and throws coach Ray Robinson, he's got a good one in Ryan Johnson. His whole group right now, both the men and the women are doing a nice job in the throwers, and Director of Track and Field Joey Woody really pleased with how his team's coming together as we get ready for Big Tens in a couple weeks. Iowa was split up. The track and field team split up all over the place. Texas Tech, Arkansas, Ohio, and Boston this past weekend. We actually, the first leg of our trip to Tampa, were with the distance group that was headed to Boston with Randy Hassenbank.
Yeah, coach sat between us.
That's right. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Brodell. Here's the pitch. A swing and a miss. Buter, the big strikeout to get the second inning started. Iowa softball having a nice weekend. Their weekend's going to get cut short, though. They're down in Texas. Too cold the temperatures to play softball today, so Iowa will head home. But a really nice weekend with a few run rule victories. Those are always nice.
Yeah, nice to get ahead, pile it on, get some people to play around, and move some different players into the lineup.
Matt Rose, the batter now for USF. First pitch is outside for a ball. Softball SID Leandra Harasta was keeping track of all the home runs that Iowa has hit. Already this season, they have matched their total from last year.
Wow. Ooh, speaking of wow.
We'll take that call every day of the week. Twice on Sundays, maybe more than twice on Sundays today, John.
Well, we'll take it if Reese gets it. I'm not sure I'll be real thrilled when the other guy gets it again.
1-1 pitch from Buter to Rose. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. That's sharp movement on that slider from Buter, isn't it?
Yeah, that's almost 23 inches of break there. That's a big sweeper.
1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out in the second. Base is empty for Rose. Here's the pitch. Fastball low and out. Buter just missed there. Reese from the windup looking for another strikeout. Here comes the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got it. Back-to-back strikeouts for Buter. Really leaning into that slider.
He set up the fastball early and then started breaking it off that. He's fooling the hitters now. He's getting a good mix, landing both pitches.
First 2 strikeouts of the day for Reese. Now we'll see Jackson Mayo come up. Starting left fielder, he's a left-handed hitter. He dots the edge there with the slider. Really sharp pitch from Buter. He's got it going early.
Got a bottom edge of the knee, and that's the advantage when you're around the strike zone. The umpire just kind of naturally expands it for you.
0-1 delivery. Too far inside that time. Missed the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike.
When the umpire's behind your catcher and he's fearful he's going to get hit, he's not really worried about strikes, but when he knows you're just going to kind of pepper the zone.
Gets a swing and a miss there from Jackson Mayo. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Buter looks very sharp in the second. Reese on the rubber from the windup is ready with the 1-2. Here it comes. Just outside. Missed his spot there. 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
fill it up here. Go ahead and avoid the 3-ball count. Either get the strikeout or routine ground ball would be nice.
2-2 delivery. Foul tip, just barely got a piece of it. It ricocheted off of Rogers.
Got a piece of the ball and got a piece of Rogers. Home plate umpire is going to just corral everything. And
Dan's going to take a moment. All right, now he's good to go. Reese is set. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs in the second. Here's the pitch from Buter. Tapped foul right side. Mayo's hanging tough.
Fought that off. Probably a pitch he shouldn't have swung at, but once he decided to, he did a good job of just getting a piece of it.
Off speed's been good from Reese. We'll see if he goes to it again. Here comes the 2-2. Just outside with the fastball. Count's been run full.
He got that fastball inside, then felt like he had him set up, maybe tried to go away.
Full count pitch from Buter to Mayo. It's on its way home. Another foul ball over to the right.
So that's what I talked about a little bit in the open. Is can you get to 2 strikes and miss the bat, or get that weak fair contact instead of guys just running up your count and extending you.
3-2. Tapped foul once more. Don't give in here, Reese. Keep battling.
The funny thing is, Reese hasn't really been in the strike zone. He's around on the edges. He's getting Mayo to chase. Just can't get him to miss.
We'll do it again at 3-2. Reese rocks and fires. This is hit in the air to right. Beeman going back. He's at the track, leaps up, and it's over his head. Beeman picks it up. Mayo's headed for third, though. And he's in there safely. Beeman sort of coasted. That ball kept carrying, and he never really got under it. And it bounced off the track in one of the deepest parts of the park in right center. It's a 2-out triple for Mayo.
Yeah, the wind pushing it that way and kept kind of pushing it away from him. So Beeman, one of those things you got to learn as an outfielder. You sprint to the spot, and if you have to come back, you come back. But if you just keep drifting, bad things happen, and that's exactly what you saw there. And now we'll see how Reese can handle the adversity of that. A really good at-bat from Mayo.
Carlos Hawkeyes is the batter with 2 outs, runner at third. Here's the pitch from Reese. Strike 1. Good start. Funnel it back in.
Funnel it back in again. And even that was a good pitch. That was down and in. Mayo just did a good job of hitting. Normal day, it's probably a fly out to right center, but wasn't able to make the play.
0-1 is a called strike, 0-2. Hawkeyes making his first start of the weekend. He pinch hit yesterday. Playing second base for the Bulls today. Reese out in front, no balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Bottom of the second, USF leading 1-0. Reese from the stretch has the sign that he likes. Long pause. Kicks and delivers. Lifted foul in the air, right side. That'll get out of play.
And this is where you have to battle those demons a little bit. I don't know if Reese remembers it, but I remember Reese's first appearance last year in Charleston. He came in relief of Obi, had a ball that maybe could have made by the defense to help him. Conditions didn't allow it. That misses outside, and then he didn't help himself to finish off the inning. And so, we've talked about how maybe Obi learned on Friday night, how Sav learned on Saturday. Let's see what Buter's learned now here, how he can find a way to pick himself up and help himself.
Reese gets warned there for getting on the rubber before Hawkeyes gets in the box with his eyes up.
Yeah, so it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. He didn't just get a warning. He got the ball call.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Reese comes set. Here it comes. Blooped over Mitchell. Gable's back. He caught it. He turned those hips with a drop step, got into shallow center, and made the play for the third out.
Ran and got there, and then was able to regroup easily and make the catch.
The Bulls strand one. Will be back for the top of the third. Iowa trailing 1-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hey there, sports fans. Hungry for a legendary experience? Look no further than Bumps Restaurants, proudly named after the legendary Bump Elliott. Nestled right at the Finkbine Golf Course on Melrose Avenue, Bumps is your go-to spot for mouth-watering meals. Present your ticket from today's game at Bumps and get a buy one appetizer, get the second appetizer free deal. Offer good through the next home game. See you soon off Melrose Avenue at the Finkbine Golf Course. Bumps Restaurant, a legendary place with legendary food.
University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org.
Plenty of Iowa programs in action today. The Hawkeye wrestling team takes on Northwestern. Fan Appreciation Day with the duel against the Wildcats starting at 1 p.m. Central Time. The men's basketball team is out east in College Park, taking on 25th-ranked Maryland. That'll be at 4 p.m. Gary Dolphin back on the call after Rob Brooks filled in for him. And so good to see that Dolph's all healed up and ready to go. Hopefully the Hawks can get another big road win out east. Iowa men's basketball back at home this upcoming week with Oregon in town and then Washington Wednesday, Saturday. Oregon on Wednesday night and Washington on Saturday afternoon. Iowa women's basketball at Ohio State tomorrow at 11 o'clock Central Time, I believe.
That'll be a tough battle. Buckeyes, really good squad. What, Cody McMahon?
Yeah, they're in the top 10. Here's Wilmus. He lines out to second base to get us started in the third. Iowa has 3 hits, still looking for their first run. USF with a couple of hits. The Bulls have committed 2 errors, but Iowa hasn't been able to make them pay for them quite yet. It brings up Caleb Wolf. He struck out looking his first time. DeCardenas continues to pitch for USF, the right-hander out of the windup. Wolf lays down a bunt down the third base line. Caleb sprinting down the line to first. He beat it out as the pitcher, DeCardenas, came off the mound a little bit awkwardly, made a strong throw regardless, and Wolf beat it by a step.
That was an outstanding play by DeCardenas to get it down there. I thought he was going to beat it easy, and DeCardenas comes off. The left-hander so he was able to just plant and throw, didn't have to wheel or turn or anything, and boy, he slid on the turf, but was able to plant enough to get something on it. But good hustle from Caleb, got the single.
4th hit of the game for Iowa. Wolf at first base. Here's Reese Moore. Takes a high strike on a floating changeup. All right, so Caleb Wolf can handle the bat. I wouldn't have guessed that he'd be a bunt candidate for a hit, candidate.
He just seems to know how to play the game. So that's the we talked about. I think Coach Heller mentioned it too. Just kind of has that grit. Knows what to do and when to do it.
1 ball and 1 strike on Reese. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss out in front of the off speed. 1-2. Moore's got a quick bat through the zone. Couldn't quite time that one up. Down in the count now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 4th strikeout of the day, 5th rather, for DeCardenas early on.
Seen Moore occasionally have trouble with lefties, but usually he sees the right-handed breaking ball a little bit better.
2 outs for Risley, singled in the first. Takes a fastball on the outer edge.
Does all of a sudden this game feel like Jacksonville State last year, where the Sunday game where the guy kind of dealing and you can't quite break through on him?
You're getting a little bit. You're chipping, but not able to break through. The 0-1, Risley sends right back up the middle and into center field for a base hit. Risley's on with a 2-out single. He continues his tear. What a start to his Hawkeye career. Couple of hits already today.
92 in, 100 right back up the middle on the fastball on the outer part of the plate. Didn't try to do too much with it, just served it up. Big spot again for Rogers. Boy, he's come up a couple times this weekend with a chance with 2 outs.
Rogers yesterday with a double and a home run. Grounded out earlier today. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Swing and a miss by Rogers to start the at-bat. It's a pretty good changeup from DeCardenas.
Yeah, he was sitting on fastball, got the changeup. And that's the thing with DeCardenas. He's done a really nice job of throwing strikes with both of his pitches.
No balls and a strike on Rogers, the left-handed hitter. Fastball zipped outside, 1-1.
So it's not like you can say, hey, we're just going to spit on that one and we'll sit on the other. He's done a good job of putting both in the zone.
Count even at 1, the pitch from DeCardenas. Lifted down the line and left. I'll spin foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Outfield shifts over to left again for Rogers. Shifting to the opposite field. Here's the 1-2. That's high. Good job by Rogers. Got the hands going, but was able to hold off.
Yeah, showed him the high fastball. So now, kind of think through the sequencing. What's he gonna show you? He drew your eye line up. Is he gonna throw that changeup down?
2-2 is just foul. Down the first base line. And fortunately so, because that was a nice diving effort by Greco. Would have been a race to the bag, no doubt about that.
Greco wants to challenge it because he thinks it was fair, but at this point you can't, because as soon as it's called foul, Rogers isn't running anywhere. So you can't punish Rogers for that. But yes, one of those that looks pretty exciting, but then it would have just been an out for Iowa with a great play from Greco. That's the infield shifted to pull, the outfield shifted to push.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Rogers looking to come through for the Hawks. Here's the pitch. Ooh, that's low.
It is down.
Very close.
Everybody wants it, but the umpire didn't buy into it. It was down low.
Counts now full. Runners will be going here with 2 outs in the third. Iowa trying to get on the board. Down 1-0. DeCardenas set. Runners take off. Here's the pitch. Downstairs. Ball 4. And the bases will be loaded with 2 outs for Gable Mitchell.
The other interesting thing with that alignment, all of a sudden as I'm watching that with the bases loaded and Risley running from first with the center fielder all the way over there, a simple single up into the kind of the small right center field would have probably scored both of them, just because neither one are particularly close, but didn't happen.
First pitch to Mitchell with the bases loaded. He takes it for a strike. That's all right. That's a good changeup on the outer third. That's a hard pitch to really put in play with any type of power.
He's going to ground it or he's going to pop it up. He's not going to do anything really good with it.
0-1. Gable takes high, 1-1. And to your point, John, about the shift, the traditional gaps that you're used to are taken away and different ones are created based on the alignment.
Oh, exactly.
Bases loaded. Top of the third, Iowa down 1-0. The 1-1 to Mitchell. That's in there for a strike, 1-2.
Just a really good changeup, inside part of the plate and down. So it's not one, Gable's probably going to pound that into the ground if he's not looking for it.
1-2 to Gable. Low, 2-2. Changeup that started below the knees and dropped even lower. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now you feel a little bit of pressure, a little bit of tension in the stadium. Fans trying to get behind their pitcher, DeCardenas. Iowa offering support for Mitchell. The 2-2. Popped up, foul. Straight back and over to the right. We'll do it again.
Yeah, this is a momentum spot here. I know it's just the 3rd inning, but big spot. If you're Iowa to come through with 2 outs, if you're DeCardenas to get back in the dugout, maintain your lead.
He's operating from the stretch. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch to Gable. Line drive into right. That is down for a base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes another. The Hawks have the lead, courtesy of Gable Mitchell. Heck of a job. Great at bat from Gable. Iowa leads it 2-1.
Went up and got the inside fastball up in the zone. Was able to get the barrel out, turn on it. And a big 2-out hit that Iowa's really been lacking all weekend. I guess the 2-out RBI. We've now been getting a couple hits, but 2-out RBIs, 3 and 4 on the season after 2 last night. So great job to give the Hawks the lead.
Doesn't get much easier for South Florida as Andy Nelson's in the box. Runners at the corners and 2 outs. Pitch to Andy. Ooh, lined foul to the right side. Nelson just a touch tardy on that one.
Yeah, interestingly enough, just hands dropped just a hair, and then the high fastball, we couldn't get him back up to it.
2-1 Iowa in the 3rd. 0-1 to Andy. Popped up again. Fouled off. Andy just sort of tilts his head as he takes a second outside of the box. I know just a little frustrated, just a touch off today, and maybe this weekend for Nelson. But, he can turn it on at any moment. Looking for his first hit of the season. Runners at 1st and 3rd for Iowa. Mitchell takes off for second base, and they'll just give it to him. DeCardenas stepped off the mound, stepped off the rubber, and didn't even look at Gable, who was sprinting to second. He tried to get in the rundown, but USF wasn't going to bite.
Well, good job from DeCardenas. He didn't panic. He just stepped off.
0-2 to Nelson. Fouled off. Stays alive.
Recognized that, hey, the guy really doesn't mean anything if I stay about my business here. So good job there. Didn't flip around. Didn't snap throw to first and have nobody home.
Here's one of those spots, John. We've been talking about the crooked number, the majorly crooked number. Nelson can bring home a couple more with a base hit. Here's the 0-2. Low and out. Nelson watched it go by. Andy's a vet. He's been here for quite some time. He's a redshirt senior from Winfield, Illinois. Big spot for him early in the season. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch from DeCardenas. Swing and a miss. Nelson down on strikes. And the Hawks will leave a couple of runners on. But Iowa takes the lead 2-1, courtesy of a 2 RBI single from Gable Mitchell. We're back for the bottom of the 3rd right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
In Iowa, we grow corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. That includes the fuel in our vehicles. So when you fill up, pump it up with unleaded 88 and support Iowa's corn farmers.
Iowa's taking the lead. It's 2-1, the bottom of the 3rd here in Tampa. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. A few more programs in action today. The Iowa gymnastics team hosts Illinois at 2 p.m. Today at Extreme Arena, Iowa and Illinois in gymnastics. The Iowa tennis team is at Ole Miss, just about ready for first serve down there in Oxford. We spent some time in Oxford last year. That was a fun trip. The series didn't go the way we wanted to, but nice trip to Oxford. Check that off our list, John. Reese Buter out for another inning of work. Starts Ryan Pruitt off with a slider that's in there for a strike. 0-1. The Hawks lead 2-1. Bottom three in this rubber match. Iowa out hitting USF 6-2. Pruitt way in front of that pitch from Buter. He's the 9-hitter, center fielder. He had the big hit on Friday night.
At this point, what I've seen at him, he does not see the breaking ball, so do not throw the fastball again. Spin him, spin him, spin him.
0-2. This is hit in the air to right. Trouble. Beeman is back. He's at the track. He's run out of room. What is it about this guy?
That's a good pitch.
It is.
I know people are going to complain about that. That is 82 miles an hour, and it is below the zone. And he golfed it out of here. Only hit it 93 miles an hour off the bat, but flies 352. And I am going to stop saying bad things about his hitting.
We will just not speak when he comes to the plate. We'll give you the basics. All right. We're tied again. It is 2-2.
I'm not the one that put him in the 9 spot to hit all weekend.
Shoot. Back to the top of the order for USF. This is Lowry. First pitch is outside from Buter. Wind has shifted a little bit now, moving over to right. There have been some clouds that have come in. It's not so sunny anymore. Part of the reason we moved this game up is because of the forecast for storms later today. 1-0 pitch is over for a strike.
Yeah, that ball only went 352, so it couldn't have carried the fence by much. And if it did, it was wind-aided. But it's still a home run either way.
1-1 strike on Lowry, who flied out to center his first time up. Laces this foul.
With USF, 3 hits today. Matches their total from each of their first 2 days, but they've all been loud. 2 solo home runs and a triple.
Buter ahead of Lowry now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out, bases empty. We're tied at 2 in the third. Pitch from Buter. High and out, 2-2. See what Reese decides to go with here on the 2-2 pitch. It's the off speed, and he skipped it. Low, and the count's full. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, you need him to trust himself here.
Buter from the windup, rocks and fires. This is lined up the middle and through into center field for a base hit. Risley's just now getting to it. It was softly hit, but in the right spot. And it's a single. Back-to-back hits for the Bulls now in the third as they are looking to answer.
That's a good pitch. Just on the outside part of the plate, just barely touching the black. But Lowry, 70 miles an hour back up the middle, just floats it over.
Time is called, and Dan Rogers is out to talk with Reese Buter. Greco is up, and Greco hit the towering home run in the first. I was in some action going in the bullpen now.
It is Bryson Walker that ran down to the bullpen.
So Dan's out to talk to him to get Walker at least down to the bullpen.
It's like that line of storms is quite a ways away from us still.
Yeah, it's certainly there, though, isn't it? There's no possibility. It's a reality.
Yeah, the Gulf, whatever's over the Gulf of whatever you want to call it is moving towards us.
Greco in the box. Showed the bunt, and Reese missed the zone, and so he pulled it back. Be a sack bunt opportunity for Greco, possibly. Could be in the cards for the Bulls. Runner at first base, nobody out. They've tied this up with a solo home run from Ryan Pruitt. Try a pickoff, move to first, and he threw it high off of Wolf's glove. And Lowry will advance to second.
Iowa has 3 pitcher's errors this weekend on pickoff moves.
Got to clean that up.
Absolutely.
And so now a runner in scoring position, nobody out. This game's starting to feel a bit weird. Tied at 2 in the third. 1-0 pitch to Greco. Low and out. Ball 2, and that'll draw pitching coach Sean Kenny to hop up and head out and talk with Reese.
Yeah, we talked. It would be nice when you don't know what the weather's going to do. You want to be. I mean, you always want to be ahead, but when you don't know what the weather's going to do, you certainly want to be ahead. We can't. This isn't Friday or Saturday. We can't sit out a rain delay and hope that it all works out. We've got a plane to catch to come home, and so there'll be a no inning starts after X time today, and that'll apply if weather would happen to get in. But
got to get through 5, right?
Got to get through 5.
Can be considered a game at that point. 2 balls, no strikes on Greco. Pitch from Buter. Dropped it in there for a strike, 2-1.
Like a NASCAR race. Once you get to the halfway point, it can be a full race. Maybe you change your pitch strategy. If you start to watch weather, you can change your strategy here. Maybe you bunt a little earlier than you would normally. And
2-1 from Buter is skipped. Rogers knocked it down. And Lowry will scurry back to second base. He thought about headed to third, but Rogers did a nice job behind the dish.
Daniel did a good job of just blocking that right into the turf, keeping it handy so Lowry couldn't really see it enough to think he could get a jump.
Need Reese here. Nobody out. 3-1. That's over for a strike. A lot of off-speed now from Buter. Haven't seen too much of the fastball lately.
And part of that is, you come the second time through, you try to show him something a little bit different.
This becomes a really big pitch. Full count. Reese looking for the first out of the inning. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He got Greco on the slider.
Beautiful breaking ball coming right back down towards that back foot.
Talk about trust, right?
Right. I mean, because that ball isn't a strike. If Greco can somehow lay off of it, it's ball 4. But it's such a good pitch. It looks so good coming through.
1 out in the inning for Triple, the catcher. Lowry at second base. Tie ball game, 2-2 in the third. Reese from the stretch. First pitch. That's over for a strike. Good start from Buter.
This was the first time Iowa, when Iowa has scored, it's the first time they've allowed South Florida to score in the next inning, the next half inning. So see if they can limit the damage here and still leave tied.
Fastball off the plate away from the right-handed hitter, 1-1. Iowa has Beeman, Frost, and Wilmus due up in the fourth. And like John said, let's keep it 2-2. Swing and a miss. Fooled Triple on the off-speed and had him chasing and leaning and lunging. Can't draw contact. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Buter taking his time. Deep breath from Reese. Kicks and fires the 1-2. Just off the plate outside. It missed. That's a good pitch, though.
That is a really good pitch, and that's a really good take from Triple. Basically the same pitch he just swung at. He wanted to. You could see him start to go, and then he realized, nope, I'm getting set up.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Try and move to second base. Reese steps off and just holds on to the ball. Saw that yesterday with a kind of a reset move to second. It was a throwing error by the pitcher for Iowa yesterday.
By not throwing it, that's basically his timeout for this at-bat.
2-2. High fly ball to center. Risley calls off Wilmus. Miles is underneath it. He makes the catch. Runner trying to tag from second to third. Here comes the throw. It's a bit late. And so Lowry does advance to third. But with 2 outs, Iowa just needs to play clean baseball, make good decisions, keep the ball out of the dirt.
And not a great setup there for Miles. He was under it, and then he drifted back on that last step again. And so instead of catching it with momentum going toward third base, he caught it with momentum going towards the batter's eye and allowed Lowry to take third.
2 outs for Betancourt. Runner at third. Tie game, 2-2 in the third. Reese delivers. Ground ball right side. Nelson is there. Andy flips it to Wolf for the third out. And the game remains tied. Looked a little dicey to start this inning, but a good job by Reese.
Wasn't fully pretty, but it got done. And again, a nice job by Reese settling in when things weren't going his way, finding a way to get through the inning and limit damage.
2-2 in South Florida. We'll bring you the top of the fourth right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Pioneer brand Z-Series soybeans are bred to defy expectations. So it's no surprise they're getting rave reviews. And that has more than farmers talking. In fact, a grain elevator wrote, "Sweet mother of pearl, trailer after trailer of Z-Series. It's never ending. We need a break." Safe to say, everyone is feeling the impact of Z-Series soybeans. Unleash your greatest harvest yet at pioneer.com/greatest yields.
Across Iowa, you don't have to look far to find a bank that's got your back. From just around the corner to the next town over, hundreds of neighborhood banks are going the distance to ensure your future looks brighter than ever. By providing jobs, supporting local businesses, strengthening communities, and helping your dreams become reality. Here, the life you build is backed by Iowa banks. See how banks are making a difference near you at iowabankers.com.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth in Tampa, Florida. Iowa and USF tied at 2. Been a good game so far. A little bit of yo-yo action, a little back and forth. Beeman, Frost, and Wilmus will try to pull momentum back into Iowa's direction. And after a home run and a single from South Florida in the third, Reese Buter and the Iowa defense, they do a nice job to hold it right there.
Yeah, single and advancing to second on the error, so he was up and in there, ball one. He was in scoring position with nobody out, so Jacksonville, South Florida had a chance all of a sudden to retake the lead. Reese settled in.
Here's a swinging bunt by Beeman right back to the pitcher. He throws it to first. It's a low throw, but dug out of the turf by Greco, so Beeman is out number 1.
He kind of threw that change up to first, almost worked out. He threw the dropper over to Greco, but he stayed with it and got the out.
We'll see Jackson Frost now. DeCardenas continues to pitch for the Bulls. They do have a right-hander getting loose in the bullpen. He's up over 60 pitches through basically 3 innings.
Yeah, he's been pretty good here through 3 1/3. It's a good breaking ball for a strike. Not sure what his number is here. You know, the first start, is it 75? Is it 80?
Frost rips the 1-1 deep to left. It's carrying, and it is off the base of the wall. Jackson sprinting around first. He slides into second base with his first double as a Hawkeye. Boy, he gave that a ride.
Caught a breaking ball, and again, that changeup stayed up in the zone that time. Jackson did a great job, drilled it out there. Now, if he's Ryan Pruitt, it flies over into the street, but somehow Jackson only hits it to the base of the wall, 97 off the bat. Really good swing there. Chance for the Hawks here in the top of the fourth.
More pressure by this Iowa offense. Here comes Ben Wilmus, who's off to a nice start for the Hawks. First pitch to Ben, that's high. Above his eyes, he got a good look at that. Frost at second base, top four. Hawks trying to snap out of the tie. It's 2-2, seventh hit already for Iowa.
And they haven't been particularly fooled. They just haven't come up with the really big one yet.
1-0 delivery is high.
Not really high. Especially relative to some of the zone we've seen the last 2 days.
Mm-hmm. Wilmus stands in the box. 2 balls, no strikes. Hitters count with 1 out. Frost at second. Here's the pitch. Ben takes that. That's a cross.
Daniel Jimenez's strike zone's been more the rectangular laying on its side than the rectangular on the end.
They've been different every day, haven't they?
A little bit.
2-1 delivery to Ben. That's high, ball 3.
But for the most part, I think it's been really consistent again. He's going to get an umpire's report that's got balls that are calling balls that are strikes and vice versa. But that's, again, because he's flipped the rectangle, but he's been consistent that way.
3-1 to Wilmus is low. Below the knees, ball 4. Ben with a nice at-bat there to draw the walk. And we'll see Caleb Wolf come up with 2 on and 1 out. Some of these names of these umpires, John, they're familiar to me, so I don't know if they're Big Ten guys. I feel like Daniel Jimenez, is he a Big Ten guy or a local guy that they brought down here for this series?
I'm going to have to trust you on that one.
Okay, and they're not ringing a bell for you? Maybe I'm just making it up.
I don't pay that close of attention unless it goes bad, I guess. So hopefully I don't notice that often.
I know. I better just leave it right there, shouldn't I, John? All right, we've got a mound visit for South Florida. Looks like they're making a pitching change, actually, as their pitching coach is taking the ball from Jorge De Cardenas. He gets a nice ovation from the South Florida faithful. The door is opening up beyond the right center field wall underneath that big scoreboard out there. And the Bulls will make a pitching change. We'll take a pitching change break as this goes on. Top of the fourth, Iowa 2, USF 2, but the Hawks are threatening. Caleb Wolf will get the first look at the new USF pitcher after this pitching change break. We're back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Nick Jackson. I play linebacker here at the University of Iowa. On the field, I stop the run, I make the tackle, I drop in coverage.
3rd down, 11. Straight back to pass to Sullivan. He's running for his life. Down he goes. That's a loss of another 6. Nick Jackson.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Top of the fourth inning, a pitching change for USF. They'll turn to another right-hander with the game tied at 2. This is a freshman from Walden, Tennessee, Nolan Bernard.
Got the full statistical layout on him.
Oh, boy, this ought to be good.
He's 6'2", 209.
That's it. Clean slate.
That's what I got. How many times do you click on a guy's name on the roster page and it says there's no additional information to display? I can't even tell you what he likes. I can't tell you who his parents are. I got nothing.
We got nothing on him. All right, we do know that Bernard is a freshman. We do know that he's a right-hander.
And he's 6'2", 209, at least according to the media guide. Oh, wait, I've seen him throw some warm-up pitches. That was 80. So again, from a scouting report standpoint, Caleb right now needs to lock in because he's got to see what's coming. You know, he's going to obviously warm up with a couple different pitches. So maybe you see his arsenal here, you start paying attention. I'm going to guess that Coach Sutherland's book is a little deeper because knowing Marty, he's made some calls around to various contacts around the country and said, hey, what does this guy look like? What does this guy look like when you saw him? But that just didn't make it into the laminated scouting report, and for some reason hasn't made it onto the USF website.
It's funny listening to the coaching staff talk and say, yeah, I talked to a guy. It's like, we got a guy everywhere, don't we? We can find out about anybody.
There's always a guy.
There's always a guy.
If you watch Ocean's 11 and 12, 13 movies, you know there's always a guy.
I'll trust you on that one. All right, Caleb Wolf in the box. Runners at first and second with one out. The first pitch is a breaking ball that snapped in on Caleb. Ball one. Caleb probably taking to see a strike here, don't you think?
I think so. You want to see as many pitches as you can. The more information you can gather, the bigger advantage you start to give yourself.
1-0 delivery. Grounded foul. First base side. Caleb got turned around on that. A lot of speed on the base paths right now for Iowa, so a gap would be good news.
We've got a guy so far, we've seen 79 and 81.
Which sometimes can be, I don't know, almost harder to hit than something low to mid-90s.
Agreed, but with this outfield alignment again, to your point, it'll give a chance to score some runs.
1 ball, 1 strike. Long pause. Here's the pitch to Wolf. That's way outside. Ball 2. This is a heck of a spot for a freshman, John, in Bernard.
Well, and we kind of talked about who they were going to go to, whether they'd go to some of the arms they used Friday night. You know, you assume those were kind of the best arms. You were in a game you thought you could win. You know, are they able to come back?
2-1. This is tapped foul. The runners were in motion, and Caleb knocked it off his left foot. 2-2.
I'd talked to Coach Sutherland before, and what he felt were maybe 1 or 2 of the best arms the Bulls have in the bullpen weren't available this weekend. So they'll be back. So again, one of those things, this team will get better, 1, as they play together, and 2, as they get everybody back.
Count even at 2. Bernard set after a long pause. The pitch to Wolf, high and out, ball 3. And when you look down there in the bullpen for USF, they do have somebody throwing already. Just getting loose in the event that this doesn't go Bernard's way.
Maybe you use Bernard to get through this inning, and then you bring a new guy in fresh next inning.
Full count on Wolf. Bernard set. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 4. And the bases are loaded for Reese. Reese has struggled a bit today. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. We'll see if he has better luck against Bernard, a new pitcher. A Hawk on every base. 1 out in the inning. 2-2, top 4.
Infield's going to stay back.
Bernard ready from the stretch. The pitch to Moore. Took it for a strike. Just below the letters. 0-1.
That's that high strike zone we haven't seen called. The middle infield being back doesn't surprise me. Third baseman being deep surprises me a little bit.
0-1 on Moore. Next pitch. Outside, 1-1. Wind is really picking up. I guess you could say blowing out to center. The second base umpire, Rick Allen, his pants are really whipping in the wind right now.
Iowa had a scouting report page blowing up around like a little funnel over there in the dugout.
1-1 to Moore. Outside again, 2-1. Bernard does not look confident in throwing that off speed. And maybe trying to guide it.
And yet that's all he's throwing.
2 balls and a strike on Moore, the DH for Iowa. Big opportunity here for the Hawks in the 4th. The pitch. Called a strike.
That's a great fastball. 89 miles an hour, inside part of the plate. Belt high or so.
Kind of surprised Reese, didn't it? 2-2. Time called, and
3-2.
Yeah. I don't know if they've got the warning yet. Bernard was on the rubber before Reese had given the look up. That's their warning. A little bit of a vocal crowd today that we haven't really had Friday or Saturday.
Full chirp. I like it.
2-2 on Moore. Here's the pitch.
Oh, Reese.
Called third strike right down the outer edge.
That ball's outside, but man.
Got to get a piece of it. Reese having a tough day.
That ball is 2 balls off the outside, at least a ball off the outside part of the plate, but he's called that most of the day.
Momentum hanging in the balance. Bases loaded. 2 outs for Miles Risley, who's 2 for 2 today. First pitch from Bernard. Dropped in for a strike on the off speed. 0-1.
Plenty of time, Miles. You don't have to get in yet.
No balls, 1 strike. Bernard set. Kicks and fires to Risley. This is lined into center field. Center fielder coming forward. He caught it. Boy, the Hawks leave a lot of meat on the bone there. Really had the Bulls on their heels, but USF gets out of it. Their freshman reliever comes in, and Iowa leaves the bases loaded. It's 2-2. We'll bring you the bottom of the 4th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
So much to see, so many places to experience, and nobody helps you get there like Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. Come to our travel showcase March 13th from 4:30 to 7:30 at the Olympic Theater in Cedar Rapids. Get in on exclusive show deals, meet our travel partners, discover unique travel opportunities, and enjoy complimentary food and drinks. Just visit duagency.com or call 319-393-1359 to register. The world is yours to explore at the DU Travel Showcase on March 13th.
I'm Wyatt Black, defensive line, Iowa. On the field, I take on double teams, stop the run, and sack the quarterback.
Sullivan now runs for his life, and he's obliterated by Y.A. Black. Here's the snap, the spot.
Yes,
and it's blocked it. Kick is blocked at the line of scrimmage.
Don't touch the ball.
Hawks get it back. Y.A. Black, God, man, what a momentum shift there.
Off the field, I help my body's defense by choosing vaccines that are right for me. Ask your doctor or healthcare provider which vaccines are right for you.
A message from Iowa HHS.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
All right, time for Iowa to grab some momentum back after USF gets out of the major jam in the 4th. We're tied at 2. And Reese Buter returns to the mound. He'll face Brodell, Rose, and Mayo in this inning. Iowa out-hitting USF 7-4, but the Hawks have left 8 on base through 4 innings.
And neither team particularly impressive with runners in scoring position. Iowa 1 for 6, USF 0 for 4. But Iowa there not capitalizing with the bases loaded, just 1 out.
Brodell was up in the 2nd, and Reese struck him out. But this is a good hitter for the Bulls. Dropped down a couple spots in the order. Sunday squares to bunt, puts it down the third baseline, but foul. Frost moved over, picked it up.
Coach Sutherland was disappointed Friday night with 10 strikeouts, had 9 yesterday. There's 7 already for Hawkeye hitters today. So, man, I think the number looking is odd. And so I don't know whether guys are getting fooled. It is our first time outside, all that stuff, but need to make some adjustments and get going.
0-1 from Buter's fouled over to the left. 0-2. I think I'm surprised that yesterday's was 9. It didn't feel like that many.
They were late.
Okay.
There weren't many in the lead up, or kind of in the early innings as Iowa started to get it put away.
Brodell stays alive on a foul ball there, 0-2.
Yeah,
Count remains.
5 of those strikeouts came in 7, 8, and 9.
Okay.
2 each in the 8th and 9th.
And then Friday's game was kind of the opposite. A lot of strikeouts early, got better as the game went along. Buter from the windup. He's set with the 0-2. Long pause from Reese. He winds and fires. That's low. 1-2.
Get to strike 3. Don't be fine. Just go get your out here.
1-2 to Brodell. Hit in the air to right, but off the end of the bat. Beeman goes back a step, now comes forward. Jackson makes the catch, 1 away.
Okay, good job. Kept that breaking ball off the middle of the plate. Was thigh high or so, but on the outer part of the plate.
And when a batter like that is sort of committed to pulling, that's a really good spot and velocity.
Yeah, he gets ahead of it, ends up hitting it off the cap a little bit.
Matt Rose offers at the first pitch and knocked it foul into the netting over to the right. Decent crowd today, not as full as Friday nor Saturday. But the Iowa fans still filling up the seats over to the left.
We made them skip church this morning.
0-1 pitch is a nice fastball from Buter, but just outside 1-1. Rose is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. 1-1 pitch from Buter is on the edge. That's strike 2.
That is not on the edge, and it's still strike 2. That's the. Now again, we'll see. I guess if Butte goes to the same spot, if Rose adapts, where maybe Reese Moore didn't adapt to it.
1-2 pitch from Buter is looped in the air over to the right side. Wolf gives it a look, and the ball is foul.
The unfortunate disadvantage of Reese DHing instead of catching is he doesn't necessarily realize that.
That's a good observation.
Hey, that pitch is getting called all day. Daniel Rogers probably knows it's getting called out there, but Reese may not be aware at the same level.
We'll see Rogers lead off the 5th for Iowa when we get there. We're tied at 2 right now in the bottom of the 4th. Buter out of the windup, and this pitch is hit into center field. Risley is there, and he makes the play for out number 2.
Again, because of what you've done there, he throws 91 miles an hour. He basically splits the black of the plate there. He's got to go chase it. Makes good contact, but not really a pitch he can do a lot of damage with.
2 up, 2 down for Buter in the 4th inning. And Jackson Mayo comes up. This is a similar spot as we saw USF in the 2nd, where Reese got Brodell and Rose, and then Mayo with a 2-strike triple kept the inning alive. He shows bunt, puts a nice one down the third baseline. Frost charges, barehand throw to first, is not in time. Just a good bunt there by Mayo, and he's got plenty of speed to get down the line.
A pretty versatile guy there. Big pop, and then that's a beautiful bunt that he laid down. Jackson wasn't really deep, but just killed it on the turf. And no play at all for Frost.
Yeah, that's one of those tip your cap situations, right? Just a good execution there from USF. Here comes Carlos Hawkeyes. Popped up to Gable Mitchell at shortstop his last time around. 2 outs in the inning. We're tied at 2 in the 4th. Buter from the stretch. Slider low and in, ball 1. Pitch number 65 for Buter. Set with the 1-0. Kicks and fires. It's downstairs, ball 2. Iowa has the middle of their order due up in the 5th with Rogers, Mitchell, and Nelson. 2 balls, no strikes on Hawkeyes. The pitch from Buter. That's over for a ball.
Just a little low.
Okay.
Good
Looked
pitch.
good from up here, but too low.
Yeah, really good pitch. Just a little low. Just the 4th 3-ball count for Reese.
He gets a strike there, 3-1. The 9-hitter Ryan Pruitt's on deck. See if Buter can fight all the way back here. 3 balls and a strike on Hawkeyes.
Probably taking with Pruitt on deck.
Try a pickoff move to first. Mayo's back in safely.
Iowa doesn't hold traditionally either. And so you've got Wolf already off the bag but ready to play the position, kind of snap a tag down.
3-1 from Buter. Hit on the ground to short. Gable, he welcomes it in. He steps, he throws for the 3rd out. Nice job by Buter and the Hawkeyes in the 4th to keep USF off the board. Still tied at 2. We'll bring you the 5th right after this. This is Iowa Baseball from Learfield.
What does it mean to be locally owned and operated? For Cenex, it means everything. It means that we know if you take your coffee to go or if you like to stay a while. It means we've helped Little Leagues get jerseys and local festivals get funding. It means we know what our communities need. So you'll always leave Cenex with a full tank, full of snacks, or full of smiles. Or all of the above. And that means the world to us. Cenex, powered locally.
So much to see, so many places to experience, and nobody helps you get there like Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. Come to our travel showcase March 13th from 4:30 to 7:30 at the Olympic Theater in Cedar Rapids. Get in on exclusive show deals, meet our travel partners, discover unique travel opportunities, and enjoy complimentary food and drinks. Just visit duagency.com or call 319-393-1359 to register. The world is yours to explore at the DU Travel Showcase on March 13th.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
USF sticks with Bernard, who got him out of the jam in the 4th inning. And I'll see how Iowa approaches him in this inning with Rogers, Mitchell, and Nelson due up. We've reached the 5th inning, tied at 2. Iowa out hitting USF 7-5. The Bulls have committed 2 errors to Iowa's 1. Dan Rogers making his way to the plate.
It'll be interesting what Hawks do with Buter coming back out. 2 2/3 is his career high for innings pitched.
Strike 1 from Bernard to Rogers, so he's well past that career high.
Yeah, and obviously he was trained a little differently this year to try to get to this Sunday starting role, but still a new place in the game for him.
0-1 to Rogers. That's way outside. Sailed to the backstop, 1-1.
Just an interesting delivery. Sometimes it really, almost a little bit, if you think of Chaz, there's a little bit of sling there. Chaz has quite a bit more velocity, but
goes from the windup with the bases empty, and that one hit Rogers in the foot. And Dan will jog down to first base.
Hey, you really want to take advantage. He's a little bit of everywhere.
He is.
I mean, he got out of a big jam and cap tip to him that way, but a lot of the Bulls pitchers have been in the strike zone consistently. He's been a little less so.
Right. This is the first time we've really seen him miss all over the place this weekend. Gable Mitchell, the batter. First pitch to him, he takes it for a strike.
Because, of course, he does.
Right. And now it's been pitches 2 and 3 after that first pitch strike that have been sort of all over. It's a timing release point deal, it appears, for Bernard. Missed downstairs there, a little bit closer, 1-1. Outfield shifting Gable to left, opposite field once again. If Gable rips one over that second baseman's head, maybe a little bit closer to the bag, both he and Rogers will be running for a while. Gable puts a bunt down the third base line. This is a beauty. It's picked up by Rose. He has no throw, no play. And Gable is on with a bunt single. Really heads-up play by Rogers at second, too, who rounded second base hard. Nobody was covering third for a moment until the shortstop Lowry made his way over.
Yeah, that was as good a bunt as Jackson Mayo's was, especially in a spot where you could have considered it. Top of the fifth inning, you think about maybe you're going to bunt a guy over. And now it'll be interesting to see if the Hawks want to put two in position with an Andy Nelson bunt.
Andy's going through it a little bit to start the season. He's 0 for 2 today with a couple of strikeouts. First and second with nobody out. First pitch to Nelson. He shows the bunt, and he fouled it back.
Had the bat up high where he wanted it and just kind of jabbed at it instead of just kind of catching it there. 87-mile-an-hour fastball up at the letters.
Hear Coach Heller talk about doing your 1/9. Marty talks about doing your 1/9. This is a big spot for Andy to get this bunt down. Corner's creeping forward for USF. Andy shows it early now. The pitch. Pulled it back. Oh, and it's called a strike.
That's not only out. Oh, man, that is up. I'm not gonna criticize Andy for not bunting that one.
0-2 now on Nelson. He probably has to swing away. Bernard set, kicks and fires. Andy takes in the dirt, ball one. Oh, I really hope that doesn't swing the tide of the inning. Andy can do a job in a different way here. He's choked up on the bat. 1 ball, 2 strikes with nobody out in the Hawkeye fifth. First and second. Tie game 2-2. Bernard's pitch to Nelson on its way home. In the dirt, got away from the catcher. He can't find it. Triple looks, spins, and now finds it, locates it over to the right. Runners advance to second and third, so it's like you got the bunt down anyway, except the bat is still in Nelson's hand.
And the count now is a little bit not in his favor exactly, but a little closer at 2-2.
Iowa fans sensing opportunity. A Let's Go Hawks chant has broken out. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out for Nelson. Infield in for the Bulls. The pitch. Called Andy. Third strike on Nelson. Got the outer edge.
That ball is outside again, but just got to be watching this in the dugout and know that the strike 3 is outside of the plate. Love our discipline to not swing at it, but
2 strikes, the protect mode is in play, and man, 2 of Iowa's best hitters, Reese Moore and Andy Nelson, just struggling a bit today. It's up to Jackson Beeman now with 2 on and 1 out. He takes a pitch. It was outside for ball 1,
and that was outside of his. I guess what did I see on that scouting report, or umpire report the other day? There was a zone that they called like an iffy zone.
1-0 pitch to Beeman, swings and misses. But 1 ball, 1 strike. Need the Hawks to come through here at the bottom of the order.
But it goes back to your point. Don't need him to do anything more than just have a good at bat.
Yep.
He doesn't need to hit a 3-run home run. Doesn't need to hit a ball 110 miles an hour.
1-1 to Beeman. Ground ball up the middle and through into center field. Rogers scores. Here comes Mitchell. He scores. It's a 2 RBI single for Beeman. He looks over to the dugout and sort of shrugs as he kind of threw his bat at that one, and the Hawks lead it 4-2.
He just needs to get fooled by a low changeup and just drive it right back up the middle. 83 in, 89 out. Wasn't his most aesthetically pleasing swing again, but again, who cares? You got the job done.
Well, it was right on cue, John. Just as you said, just needs to have a good at-bat here and really put the ball in play. And Beeman did that. It rolled right up the middle and threw into the outfield. 4-2 Iowa with the lead in the 5th, which is a crucial inning considering the weather conditions today in Tampa. And we've got a mound visit and a pitching change for the Bulls. The newcomers are coming through for Iowa this weekend. This time it's Jackson Beeman who gives Iowa the 4-2 lead in the 5th. We'll take a break, a pitching change break. New pitcher coming in for the Bulls. Iowa continuing to apply the pressure in the 5th inning. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Iowa has taken the lead in the 5th inning. It's 4-2. Hawks with a couple of runs courtesy of an RBI single, a 2 RBI single from Jackson Beeman. And that has forced USF to go to the bullpen once more. They'll bring in Jack Nedrow, a right-handed senior from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. He's been on our radar, John, and we'll finally see Nedrow here today.
Well, this is who I thought would start today, so you could expect maybe a little bit longer outing. He went 11-1 last year in 14 starts with a 3.22 ERA, 78 in the 3rd innings, just a 117 whip. Opponents hit 232 against him. So he did a really nice job. Again, I understand the D2 level versus D1 level, but good pitcher, made 14 starts back in 2023. Fastball's going to get up there about 90 or so. He'll throw a curveball, slider, changeup. This is a guy that Iowa's going to see 40 times this year. They'll be the same type of guy. So can you take advantage here, whether you're Jackson Frost, the right-hander, or as you get into the top of the order and get some of the Iowa left-handers?
And again, the opportunity continues for the Hawks. Not done yet. Up by 2 with a runner at first and 1 out. Try a pickoff move over to first, and Beeman dives back in safely. Like to see Jackson get on base again. He doubled his last time up.
Nedrow pretty quick to the plate, so not a guy, even though right-handed, not a guy that they can just auto steal on.
First pitch to Frost, waved at and missed. Good cut by Jackson.
Starts off with that off-speed pitch, and it was a beauty.
Short lead at first base from Beeman. And Frost foul tips this into the glove. 0-2. Nedrow looks solid out of the pen so far in his first couple of pitches. Oh-2. That's outside. Good vision from Frost to watch it go by.
And maybe Nedrow as a starter, historical starter, takes a little longer to warm up, but he carries himself differently than Bernard did, and just an interesting rotational move.
Yep. 1-2. Frost lifts this high in the air to center. Pruitt fighting the overcast skies, but he makes the catch for the second out. Two away now for Wilmus, top of the order. He's been on a couple times today. 4-2 Iowa out in front, top 5. Righty on righty matchup. First pitch to Ben is high, chin level. One of those sharp line drives to a gap from Wilmus would really do the trick here.
Yeah, Ben rips one pretty much right over the shortstop's head.
1-0 is inside, 2-0.
Give Jackson a chance to run for a minute. Gap it out there to the A in the 2021.
Yeah, that left center gap, ton of room. 2-0. Ben hits it high in the air to left field, but not very deep. Mayo is underneath it, and he makes the catch for the third out. Iowa back out in front. They've taken the lead on a 2 RBI single from Jackson Beeman. It's 4-2 Hawks. We'll bring you the bottom of the fifth right after this. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bentgrass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, a Luka Garza meet and greet in Minnesota, plus VIP game tickets to the Timberwolves versus the Phoenix Suns could be yours when you enter non-winning, feeling lucky scratch tickets into your Iowa Lottery VIP club account. Simply visit ialottery.com/VIP for details and play today.
Bottom of the fifth inning in Tampa. Iowa out in front 4-2 over USF. The Hawkeyes will make a pitching change. They'll go to the left-handed grad senior Bryson Walker. He's from Jersey Village, Texas. He spent some time at Incarnate Word and Houston, so he's familiar with Coach Kenny.
Didn't get a chance to play last year with an injury, but summer ball he was pretty darn good and kind of got the juices flowing again. I was very excited to have another strong left-handed arm. 6 appearances in 2023 through a couple innings against Cincinnati. Made 5 appearances in 2022. So it'll be good for him. You know, it's been a long time since he's been on a collegiate mound and hasn't been on a collegiate mound a ton of times. So good for him to get out there in the black and gold and make his debut.
Bryson stands at 5'11", 175 pounds. And he'll come in to relieve Reese Buter. And as we kind of close the book on Reese, John, your thoughts? He got through 4 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs with 3 strikeouts.
Good outing for Reese. I mean, again, like the other 2 starters, maybe there's something you want to be a little bit better and clean up a little bit. But the thing I love the most about the outing, no walks. The 3 extra base hits are a little scary. Maybe you can call it conditions, but 70 pitches, 46 strikes, pretty good ratio.
Walker deals a fastball high and tight on Ryan Pruitt. This is a lefty-on-lefty matchup to get us started in the bottom of the 5th. Hawks lead at 4-2. Walker out of the windup. Up and in again, ball 2.
There you go. Slow the game down a little bit.
Yeah, from pitch 1 to pitch 2 is pretty quick. He's taking his time now and ready with the 2-0. Walker deals. Ooh, called a ball low and out. Primarily low, ball 3.
Primarily a strike.
Walker looking to find the zone and called a ball. And so Pruitt is walked to lead off the 5th, okay? Back to the top of the order for the Bulls in Laurie. Corners are aware for Iowa. Frost is even with the bag. Same with Wolf over at first base in a tight hold. First pitch from Walker is a breaking ball that stayed high. All right, Bryce has got to find the strike zone here. 5 pitches, 5 balls. They've been close, but needs to find the zone here. Iowa up by 2 in the bottom of the 5th. There's a strike from Walker, outer edge, 1-1.
Well, yeah, he hits the outer edge of this strike zone. Good pitch, 88-mile-an-hour fastball.
Walker, long pause, the 1-1, drifted high and out, ball 2.
Shaking him off here, so he didn't like the call that came in. See what he feels good about.
From the stretch, Walker delivers the 2-1. Check swing. He did go. The home plate umpire, he makes that call himself. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Lowry now, who's 1 for 2 this morning.
Caught a break there. That ball was well high.
Walker's 2-2. Called third strike. He got him on the outer edge. Or a backdoor breaking ball, and we'll take that call. 1 away.
Well, as we were maybe pointing out that Andy and Reese needed to watch how the umpire's calling it. Bradkey might have wanted to pay attention because that ball's been called a couple times, even though it's off the plate.
And to have that come in the back door like that, start farther outside and then just catch the corner on its way coming in. That's a basically unhittable pitch. You're not going to commit to swinging at that.
Right, and you're not going to hit it hard. I mean, I guess if you're going to swing at it, you're just kind of hoping you foul it off and get to see another pitch.
Greco is the batter, another left-handed hitter. Walker struggling to find the zone. He missed up and in.
Yeah, the release point on that breaking ball, he's just not getting it snapped down very well, staying up and floating, which could also cause a problem with the wind blowing out to right field.
He dropped that one in there for a strike, 1-1. Greco already has a home run today, so he's got the power, got the pop. Count even at 1. This is lifted in the air to center. Right to Miles Risley. He's got his shades on out there. Looks up, makes the catch. 2 away.
Good fastball, 88 miles an hour, top of the zone. And, you've thrown those breaking pitches down and in, kept him kind of off balance a little bit. So even 88 that high feels fast.
So a leadoff walk from Bryson, but then 2 outs after that. Brings up Lance Triple, swings at the first pitch and lines it into left field for a single. Pruitt moves up to second base. And Triple jumped on that.
Yeah, he was able to get the breaking ball down, but kind of left it more in the middle of the plate. I don't think you want to leave one in the middle of the plate here to Betancourt.
Yeah, this is the most dangerous hitter that we identified coming into the lineup, coming into the weekend.
Besides that guy we shall not name.
Yes, that was the preview, was that Betancourt is the best hitter. They've got a couple other guys in this lineup. Walker starts with a nice-looking pitch. Where'd that one miss, John?
Yeah, it did not.
It's called a ball, low and in, apparently. First and second with 2 outs. Bottom 5, Iowa 4, USF 2. They try a pickoff move to second base, just a little bit late. Boy, they had the runner leaning. Pruitt barely got back in time. That was a nice turn and throw from Walker to Nelson, who was covering the bag. Walker peers in for the sign. He's got it. Comes set with the 1-0. Kicks and fires to Betancourt. Lined into right field. Beeman coming forward. Jackson caught it for the 3rd out. And the Bulls strand a couple of runners in the 5th. We head to the 6th. Iowa leads it 4-2. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Iowa 4, South Florida 2 as we get to the 6th inning. The Hawkeyes coming to the plate with Wolf, Moore, and Risley. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification, 10-second station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Caleb Wolf to lead things off for the Iowa 6th. 1 for 2 this morning. Stands in from the left side. As Nedro continues to pitch for USF. A low strike call to get Wolf's at bat started.
Yeah, that's the same pitch Bryson didn't get.
Out of the windup, the 0-1 is chopped to second base. Hawkeyes is there, and he makes the play for the first out of the 6th.
It's an interesting turf setup here, too. It's, again, it's the artificial turf all the way through the infield, and then there's probably another yard of it beyond that. And so then there's a seam there, and so that one on Hawkeyes, as he ranged back, if you get behind that seam, you can get a funny hop if it hits funny there. You really want to try to get it in front there and watch those hops come in.
Pinch hitter here for Iowa in the 6th. This is Colin Coonrad making his Iowa debut. First pitch is across for a strike. Coonrad is a freshman infielder from Cedar Falls. He bats from the left side. No balls and a strike. The pitch to Colin. Another chopper. This is to the right side. The pitcher, Nedro, fields it. Coonrad hustling down the line, but he is out. 1-3. 2 gone in the Hawkeye 6th.
Yeah, Hawks have struck out 8 times today, and I didn't realize until I looked it was Reese and Andy were 6 of those, or are 6 of those.
So Reese, the DH, replaced by Coonrad for the time being. Here's Miles Risley. Would need to whip out the golf club for that pitch that was in the turf low. Two for 3 today for Risley. A couple of singles and a fly out. This is hit on the ground hard to third. An unnecessary dive by Rose, but he gloves it, throws to first to get the out. And the Hawks go down 1-2-3 in the 6th, holding on to a 4-2 lead. We're back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oaknoll.com to learn more.
Bryson Walker trots out for the 6th inning. Iowa leading 4-2. And the Bulls will send Brodell, Rose, and Mayo to the plate in this inning. So a couple of lefties for Walker to face. He settled in, gave up a leadoff walk in the 5th, and then a strikeout, flyout, single, flyout. See if Walker can throw a few more strikes this inning. 15 pitches. 15 pitches in the 5th there, and 7 were strikes. Lefty on lefty matchup here. First pitch swinging is Brodell, and he sends it over the center field wall. He gave that a ride, 105 miles an hour off the bat, straightaway center off the big black batter's eye. And USF is within 1. It's 4-3. Iowa was the team with the extra base hits yesterday. Today it's South Florida. They've got 3 runs, and they've all come on solo home runs. Iowa leading 4-3, holding on to it for now. Matt Rose comes up, the third baseman who just made a play to end the top half of this inning. Walker fires a pitch high and outside for ball 1. We're in the bottom of the 6th in Tampa. Sun starting to peek through some clouds now as Walker deals a strike. It's 1-1. It's a muggy morning in South Florida. Got some storms moving in later today, so we're trying to get this game in before we need to head back to Iowa. Swing and a miss there by Rose. Walker in a good spot now, 1-2. Rose is 0 for 2 today. A strikeout and a flyout. Walker's next pitch drifted low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bryson's next pitch is high and out, ball 3. Brant Hogue is getting loose in the Iowa bullpen down to the left. He's another left-hander for the Hawks. He pitched on Friday night, a clean inning of work from Brant. 3-2 pitch from Walker. Line drive and a base hit into right field. So the Bulls are in business in the 6th after the leadoff home run. And now a single from Matt Rose. Puts more pressure on. And here comes Jackson Mayo, the left fielder. Iowa 4, USF 3, bottom 6. And time is called. Here comes Coach Heller. He could very well be making a change here as he's headed out to talk with Bryson Walker and the infield. It's a slow walk from Coach. Just got out to the mound now. He's usually the one that makes the changes. No sign yet, giving Brant Hogue a couple extra pitches to get warm and to get loose. And it looks like Brant's ready to go now. He's making his way towards the bullpen door. A couple other Hawkeye relief pitchers jogging down to the bullpen now as Coach Heller is making the pitching change. And Brant Hogue will come into the game for the Hawks. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Iowa out in front for now, 4-3. Runner on first base for USF. And we'll take a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Call to the bullpen for the Hawkeyes sees Brant Hogue enter for the second time this weekend. 6'4" left-hander, redshirt senior from Sioux City.
Was 0-1 last year in 13 appearances, 11 1/3 innings, walked 12, struck out 13. Hadn't been too far off of some injury issues, and so was kind of early back in his stage. He feels a whole lot better now. Made the appearance in a tight spot. Friday night, Iowa down 5-2, a couple runners on, needed to get out of it, and did. He threw the clean inning with a couple strikeouts, and the same thing here now. Iowa clinging to a 1-run lead and go-ahead run at the plate. So big spot to shut a door here and see if maybe you can get it to Ben DeTay for a couple inning shutdown, but got to get there first.
That's right. And Hogue will see a couple of lefties. First up will be Jackson Mayo, who's 2 for 2 today with a triple and a single.
I'm not sure he could have done two more opposite things. Hit a drive to the gap and then drop down a perfect bunt.
A home run and a single in that order in this inning for USF has tightened this game even more. It's 4-3, Iowa leading in the 6th. First pitch, ball from Hogue. Just inside. Runner at first base is Matt Rose. Hogue kicks and fires the 1-0. That's across for a strike, 1-1. Good late movement on there from Brant.
Yeah, tailed that ball in, right on the inside part of the plate.
Count even at 1. Here's the pitch from Hogue. That's another strike at the knees, 1-2. Hogue pitched an inning on Friday, recorded 2 strikeouts. One ball, 2 strikes on Mayo. Hogue is ready. Here's the pitch. Line foul over to the left.
Yeah, he faced Betancourt, Rose, and Puckett, so not guys he's likely to see here in this trip, so it'll be new for everybody.
Another 1-2 pitch on its way home from Hogue. Ground ball right back up the middle. Brant knocks it down. He throws to first base to get the out. Rose advances to second.
Good job there. He had to if he can come up with it clean. But then a good job when he doesn't come up with it clean to make a decision. It was 50-50, probably could get him at second base, but instead of rushing, panicking, he makes sure he gets the out, trusts himself then to go ahead and take care of the next 2 hitters.
He would have had to turn back a little bit to make that throw to second, which would have been a touch awkward. Here's Carlos Hawkeyes, right-handed batter. First pitch from Hogue is over for a strike, brought it in the back door, 0-1. Runner in scoring position with 1 out. That's the tying run out there in Rose. Hogue checks on him quickly, now brings it home. Just down, ball 1. Hawkeyes is Popped up to Gable at short and grounded out to him as well. Count even at 1. Hogue's ready. Here it comes. Outside. Good snag by Rogers. 2-1. Hogue has the sign that he likes, delivers the 2-1. That's outside, ball 3. The dangerous Pruitt on deck.
We're going to just start piling accolades on him.
That's right. He's had a nice series. 3 balls and a strike. Hogue, the tall senior from the belt, is ready. The 3-1. Just outside, ball 4. So we'll see Pruitt with a couple runners on. He has a solo home run in the 3rd, and he walked in the 5th. First and second with 1 out. Iowa 4. South Florida 3, bottom 6. So a lefty-on-lefty matchup here as Hogue comes set. Time called by Dan Rogers behind the plate.
I think Dan was crossed up, actually, so made sure he... Big spot here. You don't want the runners move up cheaply.
Hogue's first pitch to Pruitt is swung on and missed. Boy, brought that up and in on him and really handcuffed him.
A good 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Belt to number high at least.
No balls and a strike. That one's too far in. Also a touch low from Hogue, 1-1.
I think the more worrisome part to me was it looked like Rogers was set up kind of up and away there. That ball dipped down and in. And Coach Kenny's going to come out and make sure everybody's on the same page here. Big spot. Just how do you want to attack him? He's obviously put up Conference Player of the Week numbers so far, so you want to make sure you're all on the same page and everybody agrees on how you want to attack him here.
I think you're right on both. To your previous point, John, the first one that you made there, that these first 2 pitches to Pruitt from Hogue, Brandt has not hit his spot. And so I think that's a little bit alarming to Coach Kenny, who's out and talking to Brandt right now. Because Rogers has been set up outside on both, and Brandt's come inside on the first 2 pitches here.
Yeah, which means if he's outside and you're inside, you've missed by 17, 18, 19 inches. That's a big miss. You know, is it confidence? Do you trust yourself? Are we crossed up somehow? What are we trying to do here?
Brief mound visit is wrapped up. 1 ball and 1 strike on Pruitt. Runners at first and second. Time called again.
Yeah, I think his pitch comm this time is causing a problem.
Rogers seemingly can't hear what's coming down the line. Now we're good to go. Here's the 1-1. Pruitt bunts down the third base side. Hogue picks it up. He throws it to first. It's very late. Probably got to be Jackson there, right?
And Jackson was in for the first 2 pitches. I'm not sure where he went. I know you want to cover third base because that's where the force is, but you have to get the out. And so when you leave your left-handed pitcher who's moving away, you just make the fielding of that impossible. Conference Player of the Week, no question in my mind. If we check this, he's going to get it.
And now the top of the order, Brad Keylori. He's a right-handed hitter with the bases loaded and 1 out. First pitch from Hogue is outside for a ball. Iowa has a right-hander getting loose in the bullpen. Looks like it's Chaz Wheatley. But for now, going to rock with Hogue. 1-0. There it is, strike one.
All right, trust your stuff, Brant. Attack the zone, even if you're attacking edges.
1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Boy, that thing rolled right off the table, didn't it?
That was 92 and good movement. And that's got 18 inches of run for a fastball.
Hogue set with the 1-2 pitch to Laurie. Here it is. Just outside, 2-2. So much movement on that fastball. It just kind of drifts sometimes when it's outside of that right-handed hitter.
Yeah, I mean, for him to hit the outer edge, he's really got to be aiming it in the middle and then let it slide off.
2-2. Fouled back to the screen.
Yeah, that's the spot he wants to hit. It's off the plate. Good job from Laurie to swing at a ball that he should take, but it's off the plate. But it's been a call to strike today. And good job fouling it off, giving himself another chance.
Bases loaded for the Bulls in the sixth. Iowa up by 1. The 2-2 hit in the air to right and just foul.
Boy, that wind was pushing it back.
Sure was. You feel the pressure building with each pitch, each moment. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Infield staying back for Iowa in hopes of turning a double play if they can get a ground ball. Here comes the 2-2. Another fly ball that's foul. Gone to the fastball a few times from Hogue.
Now, the good news is Hogue has got him to expand the strike zone. Both of those balls have been up and away, both out of the zone. So now if you trust something here, maybe you come back, show him something that looks like it's in that funnel and break it off and fool him.
Another 2-2 on its way home. High, ball 3.
Instead he went the other way, kind of get higher and more away.
Now the fans are rallying behind Laurie, the USF batter. Brant needs to deal a strike here. The 3-2. Outside, ball 4, walked in a run. We're tied at 4. Chaz Wheatley's getting loose in the Iowa bullpen, and the Bulls have tied it at 4 in the 6th. Got to imagine Chaz is coming in now. Here comes Coach Heller.
Funny, though, he's going to bring the righty in to face the lefty.
Coach Heller makes the motion to the bullpen, and Chaz is coming in. Bases loaded, 1 out. We're tied at 4 in the bottom of the 6th inning. We'll take a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is the right-handed senior from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. This is Chaz Wheatley.
2-0 on his career with Iowa, 4.54 ERA and 38 total appearances, 33 2/3 innings. He's given up 28 hits, walked 23, struck out 24. gets ground balls. So that's kind of what Iowa will be looking for here. If you can get Greco to hit a ground ball, maybe you can roll over 2 and leave the inning tied and play a little quick 3-inning game to see who wins the series.
4-4, bottom of the 6th. The bases are loaded and 1 out for Greco, who is 1 for 3 today. Home run, fly out, strikeout.
If he's able to elevate the ball at all, any fly out will give the Bulls the lead.
Chaz is done with his warm-up pitches. We're ready to go. Coaching staff very pleased with Wheatley during the fall and the winter. As we move towards spring, going to need Chaz out of the bullpen. So here we go. Bottom 6, we're tied at 4. Wheatley from the stretch with the bases loaded and 1 out. The tall right-hander is ready. First pitch to Greco. Ground ball to second. Nelson off his glove. Into the outfield. 1 run is in. Here comes a second. They're going to be waving a third as Beeman bobbled it. And 3 runs score for USF. It's 7-4. Got the ground ball. Sharply hit. And it just ate Andy up.
That's 2 errors. That's going to be 2 errors on that same play. The error on Andy and then the error on Jackson to not pick up the ball is going to allow the 3rd run to score. But boy, that is exactly why you brought Chaz in, to get that ground ball right there. And you can see Andy just kind of backing up instead of just setting his feet. He just couldn't see the hops and get comfortable.
5 runs in the inning for USF. 7-4. The Bulls with the lead, bottom 6. And Triple steps up. First pitch strike from Wheatley. Oh, 1. Inside and low, ball 1. Time called by Rogers. He's headed out to talk with Wheatley. Well, Iowa's going to have to rally in this one late. Rogers, Mitchell, and Nelson are coming to the plate for Iowa in this 7th inning. But man, it's been a tough 6th for the Hawks, giving up 5 runs, a couple of errors. Well, that Coach Heller prides himself in clean baseball. Iowa has not played a clean game this weekend.
5 runs on 3 hits, 2 errors, 2 walks. Yeah, this inning is exactly how you get beat by a team that you think you're better than.
1 ball and 1 strike on Triple. Here's the pitch from Wheatley. Fisted and hit on the ground to second. Nelson charges hard. He throws on the run, and Wolf is able to keep his foot down on the bag to record the 2nd out. That was almost disastrous with the umpire there, getting out of the way at the very last moment for Nelson as he was charging forward.
It was awful base running by Greco too. And I suppose if he thinks Chaz is going to come up with it, he's got to pause, but just froze and stayed at second base. I suppose if you're going to freeze and go back and make a decision.
That brings up Betancourt. Offers at the first pitch, knocks it straight back to the netting. Betancourt 0 for 3 today. 0-1 pitch. Just outside from Wheatley, went with the off speed. Count even at 1 with 2 outs, runner at second base. High fly ball, left field. It's Wilmus, who's underneath it, drifting over a bit. He makes the catch for the 3rd out. But a pretty disastrous inning for the Hawks. 5 runs come across for South Florida. It's rally time in Tampa. 7-4. USF with the lead. We'll bring you the 7th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Which schools will take home the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup as the top college athletic programs for the 2024-25 college athletics season? You can follow the standings of your favorite team or alma mater at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2025 to the winning institutions in all college sports divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
FS Envision Seed Corn and FS High Soy Soybeans provide best-in-class traits and genetics that perform. In farming, bushels matter to your bottom line. Our field-proven products deliver high yields year after year. Get the seed you need from the people you trust. Contact your local FS Envision and High Soy retailer or visit fsseed.com to learn more.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps, and Gimmy's Pizza and Wings, a new pop-up menu at Bunkers that's all about savory pizzas and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville.
All right, rally time for the Hawks as we get to the top of the 7th. USF has taken the lead 7-4. Rogers, Mitchell, and Nelson come to the plate for the black and gold in this inning. No clock in baseball. Still a little bit of time. We might have a little bit of a clock today, I guess, with the weather moving in. Nedro continues to pitch for the Bulls, and he deals a strike to Rogers.
And Nedro's found a rhythm, too, so.
No balls and a strike on Dan. Here's the pitch. Rogers lifts this in the air to center. It's carrying well. Pruitt going back. Get going, baby. It is gone. Danny Rogers, his second bomb of the weekend. Boom.
A good pitch down and in. Rogers goes and gets it. 101 off the bat. Hits at 407. This is how the bottom of the 6th inning started. No reason the top of the 7th can't start the same.
Let's have a big inning, boys. It's 7-5 as Rogers settles in and pulls back some of the momentum back to Iowa's side. Hawks within 2, and that brings up Gable Mitchell. Gable swings and misses at the first pitch. Good cut from Gable. He's singled his last couple of plate appearances. 0-1 is popped up over left side. That'll find the seats. Nothing in 2. Nedro, the right-hander, out of the windup, kicks and fires to Gable. Mitchell lines it into right field, and it is down for a base hit. Back-to-back hits for the Hawks. First a home run, then a single. And, John, we continue with your trend that you were just talking about in the bottom of the 6th. That's how it started for South Florida.
Matches up exactly right so far.
We'll see a pinch hitter now. This is Connor Hennings. He comes in to bat for Andy Nelson. Now, Hennings will not play second base, so Iowa will make some defensive substitutions around that. Hennings, the senior from Morgan Hill, California. Second year with the Hawks. Big power hitter for Iowa. Iowa down by 2, top 7. Mitchell is at first base. Hennings, the stocky right-hander, takes up and in for a called strike.
Wow. We don't need to start expanding the strike zone as an umpire right now.
Been doing just fine without that. No balls in the strike on Hennings. Nobody out in the inning. Here's the pitch. Connor takes high. Ball 1.
He's had a very consistent zone. It hasn't exactly lined up to the strike zone, but it had been fairly consistent.
Time called and a mound visit coming for the Bulls. Now in the 7th. Hennings stands at 6'4", 210. Very strong build. Certainly a candidate to tie this game up with one swing of the bat.
Well, he screams athlete, too, when you stand next to him. Just a strong kid. Nobody looks like they're ready to go in the bullpen, so this is more of a kind of the same thing we talked about. Get everybody on the same page here. What are you trying to accomplish? So this really is following exactly the same as the Hawkeye inning, so I like our chances.
South Florida has a left-hander getting loose out there.
Home plate umpire showing amazing patience here.
And you may have urged him, nudged him out there. Going to go break up this mound visit.
At no point did I yell, "Come on, Blue!" Because basically my guess is at some point he was just talking and he told the second baseman, hey, when he starts coming out, tell me.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're just going to sit here and chat about nothing.
Right.
Because there was no possible message that was getting delivered there after the first 15 to 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's all about, I believe that's Keister out there getting loose for the Bulls. We saw him on Friday night. All about getting him some extra warm-up tosses. Mound visits all wrapped up. 1-1 pitch to Hennings. That's in the dirt. Gets away briefly. Mitchell's taken off for second. He's there.
Good read from Gable. Didn't get very far away from triple.
Now in scoring position with nobody out. And you're right, John. Gable read that, put his head down, and full-on sprint. Didn't check, didn't hesitate, just went. That's the right thing to do. The 2-1 to Hennings. This is hit high and deep to left. Get going, baby. It is caught at the wall. Mitchell will tag from second to third. Hennings gave it a ride, and Mitchell advances to third. I thought that one was gone.
Just 88 off the bat. Must have got it a little bit off the end. But I was with you. I figured there was enough of a breeze blowing out and got it up there far enough. But 361 right at the base of the wall instead.
Where's that wind at to help us out a bit? We'll see Jackson Beeman come up. That's a big run at third base to bring that deficit even closer. Put the ball in play. Ground ball to the right side, sac fly. Give us a chance here, Jackson. Swings at the first pitch, popped it up right side. First baseman giving it a look over towards the dugout, and he caught it. Greco was there. And the wind helped USF on that one. Kept it in play for Greco to make that grab. That's a big second out.
That is an 88-mile-an-hour fastball right in the middle of the plate. Up just a little bit. Jackson just not quite ready for it. Unfortunately, sent it straight up in the air.
And now Frost will come up. Takes a fastball outside for ball one. It feels like being down by 1 and being down by 2 is a big difference. Obviously, it's some sort of difference, but man, the pressure is a little bit different there.
Well, every time you bring a guy up, he's the tying run then. And that's not going to be the case for Iowa. Frost will pop out as well.
Second baseman makes the catch. That's Hawkeyes. The Hawks get one back. It's 7-5. We'll stretch things out. Back for the bottom of the 7th right after this. It's Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
Express Midwest is Iowa's locally owned and operated ground transportation specialists who have served Iowa City for more than 37 years. With a selection of chauffeured black cars, limos, sprinters, and buses, they have solutions for all your transport needs. Check out their website to find a full list of services, rates, and more at expressmidwest.com. That's expressmidwest.com.
So much to see, so many places to experience, and nobody helps you get there like Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited. Come to our travel showcase March 13th from 4:30 to 7:30 at the Olympic Theater in Cedar Rapids. Get in on exclusive show deals, meet our travel partners, discover unique travel opportunities, and enjoy complimentary food and drinks. Just visit duagency.com or call 319-393-1359 to register. The world is yours to explore at the DU Travel Showcase on March 13th.
Join the Swarm and team up with Iowa athletes to support local charities. Make a difference today. Make a difference today. Visit iowaswarm.com to learn more. New pitcher in the game for the Hawks, Ben DeTay, the 6-foot, 195-pound left-hander. He's a fifth year. Been around the program for quite a while now. 3-0 last year with a 4.81 ERA in 19 appearances. Had 4 saves, 24 and a third innings, 20 hits, 10 walks, 28 strikeouts. And the Hawks will depend on Ben to leave the deficit here at 2.
Yeah, need a hold, and down 7-5 as we get to the 7th. The Hawks make a defensive change as well. Cooper Schulte into the game at shortstop, so that'll bump Gable Mitchell over to second base. Iowa had a solo home run from Dan Rogers and then a single and a deep fly out to left off the bat of Connor Hennings that for a moment we thought had left the yard, but caught at the wall. And so the deficit remains 2 for Iowa, 7-5, bottom 7. DeTay deals a first pitch strike to Marcus Brodell to get us started in the bottom half. And skips to the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. A 5-run 6th has put USF in front.
Well, the difference in the series this weekend is USF has had the 2 big innings. Iowa's had 1s and 2s, and swing and a miss there, 1 and 2. And USF's had a 4 and a 5.
Yep. Aside from those 2 innings, which you can't take them away, you can't remove them, the 1-2 from DeTay is punched into left center field for a base hit. Wilmus moves over to cut it off. Brodell with a hard round past first. A leadoff single for him. He's come on nicely for USF this game. He can't take those innings away, obviously, but just a strange feeling because Iowa has played so well all 3 of these games with the exception of those 2 innings.
Yeah, I was going to look back and say, hey, there's 20, 22, 23, 24 innings that we played almost exactly the way we wanted to play.
Rose gets a look at DeTay now, and Ben deals a strike to get it started.
And barring a comeback is going to come with a record that they're not real happy about here, so...
No balls and a strike on Rose, who singled his last time up. Takes another strike from DeTay, a sharp fastball that caught the inner portion of the zone, as well as the top half.
Ben was ahead 1 and 2 to Brodell and left a ball in the middle of the plate.
Line drive into right for a base hit.
Had 0 and 2 and leaves the ball not exactly middle of the plate, but got a lot more plate than he needed to get.
Back-to-back singles for USF. The bottom of the 7th, so more pressure from them.
It's almost the downside of being a strike thrower is, you just fill up the zone, but that next step is fill up the zone and hit the spot. See if Mayo bunts. He's shown a great handle here, and see if Jackson handles the play a little bit better.
Jackson's pretty much even with the bag. Don't you think he needs to creep in a little bit more?
Well, they don't want him to field it.
Mayo shows the bunt, pulled it back. And the delivery from DeTay just off the plate inside.
The Bulls want Frost to field it. Iowa doesn't. Iowa wants Frost to be able to get back to third for the force out, but if Mayo does his job, he push bunts it hard enough that way that Frost has to field it.
The 1-0, he committed to that, did not draw any contact. Strike 1.
For a guy that laid down a beautiful bunt earlier, that one looked almost equally as bad as the other one looked good.
Opposite ends of the spectrum. 1-1, DeTay kicks and fires. There's strike 2. Pumped it right by him at 90 miles an hour.
To me, this ball's got to be bending.
Nobody out. Runners at first and second. 1-2 to Mayo. Hit high, down the line and right, and that'll hook foul. He lifted that quite a ways.
103 off the bat, 401. Fortunately, 401 on the wrong side of the right field foul pole.
Another 1-2. Foul back this time.
It's a better pitch, though, from Ben. That's 91. It's off the plate.
Plenty of zip on that.
Yeah, good pitch. Mayo protects off. And you throw something in that tunnel and break it away from him.
Another 1-2. And he did that, and it kicks away from Rogers. Runners move up. Second and third, nobody out. Makes the prospects of a strikeout here major. See if Dete can get it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Similar pitch in the dirt. Rogers able to smother this one. Count's now full with Hawkeyes on deck. Dete leans in for the sign. He's got it from Rogers. Here it comes. Fouled back. Full count pitch. Called third strike. Dete froze him low outside edge of the zone. And Mayo is down on strikes. That's a big first out of the inning.
That is a well-placed fastball there to start the process of coming back.
Still those runners at second and third for USF. 1 away in the bottom of the 7th. Bulls lead at 7-5. Each team with 11 hits. Been an offensive Sunday. First pitch from Dete to Hawkeyes, way out in front. Swing and a miss. First baseman Caleb Wolf playing in for Iowa. Every other infielder playing back. 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Rogers picked it off the turf. Drawing the count even at 1. Hawkeyes walked and scored in the 6th. Right-handed hitter Dete from the left side. This is hit on the ground and foul on the third base line. 1-2. Now the infield comes sprinting forward for the Hawks. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dete set, and he deals. Fouled off. Hawkeyes stays alive.
You kind of bring everybody in now on the theory of maybe he's protecting a little bit more so can avoid some cheap contact driving in a run.
Big pitch from Ben. Here it comes. The 1-2. Line drive, base hit into right. 1 run's in. They'll throw up the stop sign on a possible second run. And Hawkeyes collects his first hit of the year to bring home another run. It's 8-5.
Ben's just getting too much of the plate with the 2 strikes there. It's a pretty good pitch, but really in the middle of the plate. Upper knee, low thigh high. Guy's able to see it and move it out when it's a fastball there.
Painful with 2 strikes.
Right. I mean, you got to be trying to pick off and I'm sure he is trying to pick off the edges, just missing his spots.
3 singles in the inning for USF. He takes off for second. No, he stayed put at first. As Pruitt, the batter, pulled back a bunt, and the pitch sailed high.
Well, I think Iowa needs Jackson Frost in on the grass. Pruitt has bunted really well. Obviously, he's swung the bat.
Ben made him look silly on that pitch, though. Low and out, and Pruitt went after it.
Rogers couldn't find the ball. Actually kicked it away from himself.
Count even at 1. See if Iowa can get that ground ball, get out of here, stay within striking distance. Trailing 8-5, bottom 7. 1-1 pitch to Pruitt. He shows the bunt, turned away, almost hit him. Bullpen's been pretty sharp for Iowa this weekend. Today, not as much. 2-1, runner takes off for second. Pitch is outside, throw down to second, and got him. Hawkeyes is out, and Rose stayed put at third. A laser from Rogers gets a crucial second out.
Rose took a step, started to go, and then went back. Good for the Hawks, the chance to get out of this mess.
3 balls and a strike on Pruitt. Runner at third with 2 outs. Whew, pitch just high from Dete. It's ball 4, and so Pruitt continues his tear against the Hawks. He's reached base all 4 times today. Flip things over to the top of the order. Here's Bradkey Laurie. Runners at the corners and 2 outs. Sam Hart's moving around in the Iowa bullpen, but he hasn't started to throw. It's all Dete right now. First pitch to Laurie. Dropped in for a strike. 77 miles per hour from Ben. Iowa has the top of its order. Wilmus, Wolf, and Coonrad coming up in the 8th. Down by 3 right now. Got to hold it here. 0-1 to Laurie. Runner takes off. Pitches outside, and this time we let the runner go. And so now 2 in scoring position with 2 outs. Kind of tough for Ben to... tough rather for Rogers to get that down to second base when Ben goes off speed at 77 miles an hour.
Yeah, I don't know if he intentionally let him go. Just couldn't really get a handle on it either.
1-1. Oh, this is a bunt down the first base line. It's perfect. We're going to try to let it go foul. It never will. Wolf came forward from first. Dete went over there. And a perfect punt by Lowry. Killed it halfway down the line. And another run scores 9-5.
And even worse, that ball is rolling foul, and it kind of rolls up the ramp and comes right back into fair territory. So that's knowing your home field and just a fantastically executed bunt.
9-5 USF. They scored 5 in the 6th. Iowa answered with 1 in the top of this inning, trying to get back in it. Now have given up 2 more. Biggest lead of the day for South Florida. It's up to 4. Greco's the batter, almost hit by the pitch. Dete trying to find the zone. Time called. Here comes pitching coach Sean Kenny. He's going to go talk with Ben. Well, this is taking a turn here. 4-2 through 5. A little bit of shaky pitching, and then defensively the Hawks haven't been sharp today either.
No, it's easy. It's easy to point at the bullpen, and they haven't been fantastic. But Chaz Wheatley came in and did exactly the job you wanted him to do, and we didn't help him from behind with the defense. And so we're also then 2 for 11 with runners in scoring position. There's a lot of stuff to shift around here. This isn't in one place. Iowa's 1 for 4 with runners on third with less than 2 outs.
That one hurts. All right, Greco's back in the box. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. 9-5, bottom 7. Top of the order coming up for Iowa. Going to need a rally. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Dete. Low and out, ball 2. Is downstairs, ball 3.
Oh, my goodness. No, it was not.
Didn't get the call.
I appreciate your optimism or your benefit of the doutishness.
I got to go with what the umpire calls, John.
Well, that's true.
3-1.
You have no actual choice about it. And you're probably right. That is what he called, was ball low.
I'll let you fill in the subjective part.
I'll leave all that hanging right there.
3-1. That's low, ball 4.
Don't
Threw it down to second, which is a bit risky, but it doesn't matter. Bases are loaded once again now for the Bulls after the walk.
Yeah, worse, just no reason to do it with ball 4. And
Reese Buter got the start for the Hawks. Did not issue a walk, and the Iowa relievers have been a little bit more friendly to the USF hitters in terms of not finding the strike zone. That's the 5th walk of the game now issued by the Iowa staff. Those have all come from the bullpen. Bases loaded for triple, 2 outs. Right-hander getting loose in the Iowa bullpen. Pretty tall guy down there, so that's Dan Wright. And Rogers will go out and talk with Dete.
You don't want Dan to post you up, and I don't think you want to try to tackle him.
And Coach Heller will be making that change at this time. See another Iowa pitcher. Been a little bit of a revolving door out of the bullpen today. 9-5, USF with the lead, bottom 7. We'll take a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is a newcomer, 6'9", grad senior, right-handed Daniel Wright from Sergeant Bluff.
Spent a couple of years at Houston. Last year actually had the most starts, the second most starts for Houston with 9. 3.86 ERA, which was 5th best on the team. I had a chance to talk to him, I think it was Thursday night when we were here for batting practice, and I was down. He had shag bag duty, and so we were chatting. Walked on at Wisconsin to play quarterback.
Football.
He wanted to play at Iowa. Coach O'Keefe told him he was too tall to play quarterback.
Reasonable, 6'9". That's big. That's a big guy.
You gotta think outside the box if you're thinking about him as a quarterback. But then so he was he took that as a challenge enough that he went to Wisconsin and said, hey, I'll show them. Decided that at some point then maybe he wouldn't show them and decided baseball was his calling. Iowa Western and Houston, and then the coolest thing, he's from Sioux City, and so the cool thing in talking to him was he said, when he watched him sew his last name on his jersey and he got to put the jersey on, just how cool of a feeling that was for a guy that was grew up an Iowa fan and wanting to play Iowa quarterback. He felt like this was a pretty good a pretty good alternative to being quarterback at Iowa, was being a pitcher for the Hawks here in his last year of baseball.
And now his debut with the black and gold comes at a pretty big spot. The Hawks already down by 4, can't afford to give up anything more late in this one. Bottom 7, it's 9-5, and the bases are loaded. 2 outs, and the batter is Triple, right-handed hitter. Righty on righty matchup. Let's see what you got, Dan. First pitch to Triple is fouled off the end of the bat. Starting ahead.
Good 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Four feels doable. 5 feels like a lot.
Yes. Again, that jump up in deficit really feels like too much. Sharp fastball hits the gun at 94, but is out of the zone.
Yeah, if you're 5, you have to score that first run before you can even think about tying it up.
That's right. Hold him here, Dan. 1-1 pitch to Triple. Here it comes. Called strike, outer edge. Good spot from right.
91, 94, 92.
Right, looks in. Now he comes set. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Right gets a big-time strikeout for the Hawks and holds USF from that position. The Bulls, however, do score 2 runs. It's 9-5. We'll bring you the top of the 8th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hi, this is Joe Mershman from Mershman Seeds. Substitutions cost you money. Why take their seconds when you can have our first choice? Here's Ben Pieper to tell you more about Mershman Power Core Enlist corn.
We are way ahead of Big Seed on this one. This corn has 4 different post-herbicide tolerances, multiple modes of action for above-ground pests, and it is some of the highest-yielding corn genetics that are out on the market today.
If you're one of the many that got substituted on your corn hybrid last spring, contact your local Mershman Seeds dealer today and ask them about Power Core Enlist corn. From Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Iowa trails South Florida 9-5 as we get to the top of the 8th. There's a pitching change for the Bulls. We'll introduce him right after this. Pause for 10 seconds. Station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. New pitcher into the game for USF is Aiden Longoria, right-handed sophomore, 6'1", 231 pounds. We saw him on Friday.
Threw an inning in that game, 2 hits, a run. It was earned, couple strikeouts, gave up a double. Had 4 appearances last year for the Bulls, 0-1 with a 27 ERA. So Iowa will finally get a chance to maybe see somebody they've seen before. He's upper 80s with the fastball, going to throw a curveball and a changeup as well.
Well, it's the top of the order, John, that gets to come to the plate for Iowa and get a look at this guy. Down by 4. Again, we say it all the time. You know, Ben cannot tie the game right now, but he can help us get on our way to tying it up.
Just start doing his job. He's done that job really well. The leadoff hitter this weekend. He's been within himself. The last one, I think he swung, maybe tried to hit a home run, but he flew out to left. But otherwise, he's just been taking what the pitchers have given him.
Righty on righty matchup. First pitch to Ben. That's low, ball 1.
Yeah, Longoria was yesterday, through the inning yesterday.
Okay, good catch.
Pitched the 8th yesterday.
1 ball, no strikes on Wilmus. Here's the pitch. Outside, 2-0. Hitters count here for Ben, but I'd like to see him be patient. 2-0. Inside. Ooh, called a strike, 2-1.
We've seen that expanded strike zone on the outside. We haven't seen it on the inside very often, but got it there.
2 balls and a strike on Iowa's left fielder. Pitch to Wilmus. Just about hit him and then bent all the way in for a strike, 2-2. Slow at 73 miles an hour. Had a lot of time to bend all that way back in.
Yeah, that was a better pitch. Still inside, but...
Now the count's even at 2. The pitch to Wilmus. Check swing, did not go. Pitch was very close. Called a ball. It was outside.
Yeah, I think he fooled Ben a little bit. That ball ended up being a fastball. I think Ben was expecting it to break and dip, and it did not.
Full count to get us started in the 8th. Pitch to Wilmus. Fouled back.
And that one's just 89. Ben's able to stay up on top of that in the middle of the plate. That's kind of the difference. The Bulls, when Iowa's made a mistake in the middle of the plate, the Bulls have hit it. Iowa's fouled it off and haven't been able to do the damage.
Another payoff pitch.
Ooh.
Called third strike. Breaking ball, dropped it right in. High portion of the zone, and Wilmus is down on strikes.
First baseman, number 1, Caleb Wolf.
Yeah, again, technically, yes, a strike based on what has been called today, and that one wasn't, but, well, actually that one was. The others weren't, but that one was. Yeah, it was high, breaking in high.
And now Caleb Wolf stands in. Sharp fastball zipped outside. Wolf will look to get the Hawks going with 1 out in the 8th. Bases emptied. Iowa down 9-5. Mount the comeback. One-0 pitch to Caleb. That's over. Strike 1.
The Iowa hitters here, I'd like to see them kind of dictate the tempo a little bit. You know, take advantage, get out of the box, reset. See if you can break up Longoria's rhythm that way.
1-1 from Longoria. That's outside, ball 2. So he's fallen behind both Iowa hitters, but has been able to get back into it. Breaking ball, loops in for another strike, 2-2.
If he's going to land that one, he's going to be a handful.
Yep. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Iowa's first baseman. The pitch to Wolf. Ground ball to second. Hawkeyes there. And he'll throw out Wolf for the second out of the inning. Two away for Colin Coonrad, who entered in the 6th inning. Left-handed hitter. First pitch from Longoria. Outside into the backstop.
Hit 404 as a senior. All-conference linebacker, junior and senior year.
He's another Hawkeye with a really athletic build. Cedar Falls, Iowa. 1-0 pitch. Takes that downstairs for ball 2. Longoria's 2-0 is over for a strike. 2-1.
They're pretty good at a lot of sports at Cedar Falls, so it's not surprising that he's pretty handy.
2-1. That's another strike, 2-2. Longoria's fallen behind 2-0 on all three Iowa hitters in this inning and has worked his way back to even things up. He does the same here with Coonrad. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Couple of strikeouts in the inning for Longoria, and Iowa goes down quietly in the 8th. 9-5 USF. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa baseball.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball, tune to Sirius XM Big Ten Radio, channel 372 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Sirius XM is the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along with the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten Radio 2025.
Bottom of the 8th inning in Tampa. John Evans and John Leo with you from the broadcast booth. Iowa's found itself in a little bit of a pickle here, down 9-5. And running out of time. Need to hold the Bulls here to give themselves a chance in the 9th. It'll be Betancourt, Brodell, and Rose into the box for USF. Daniel Wright continues to pitch for the Hawks.
We have to talk about what we just saw. If you're an Iowa fan and you've been to a football game or a basketball game, you may have often questioned why Iowa does the Freddie Mercury Deo thing, and everybody follows along with that. Ball one outside. But this level of what they just did here with that same thing was inexplicable.
Well, you don't like the rodent up on the screen doing the yodel or whatever you call that?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, so instead of Freddie Mercury, they had a hamster, a rat?
A hamster would be friendly, yeah, some sort of rat-looking thing.
And he was doing the Deo thing. I don't understand at all.
I think both swing and miss. I don't know about you.
Yeah, certainly one.
1-1 pitch from Wright, swing and a miss from Betancourt.
I can argue preference about one, but the other one is... I just need somebody to explain it to me. Maybe then it would make sense.
Sometimes the explanations don't make things better, John.
that would be at least entertaining.
A ball and 2 strikes on Betancourt, the DH, hitless today. On the ground to third. Frost has it, and he throws it across the diamond. 1 away in the 8th.
Michigan leads Villanova 19-0.
Woo! Run rule in effect there? What inning is that?
Bottom of the 8th. So
no,
evidently not. They're going to play it out in Puerto Rico. We were in Puerto Rico with the volleyball team.
Yes. Michigan's had a pretty eventful tournament down there, huh?
Seems that way.
A couple of big wins. The Hawkeyes will see Michigan later in the season in Ann Arbor Easter weekend. Marcus Brodell's the batter for USF.
5-4 win against Virginia, 5-2 win against Rice.
Brodell hits this on the ground to second. Mitchell snags it and then throws it away. Wolf will pick it up, and it'll be Rogers that actually grabs it. Boy, I tell you what, I've never seen Gable throw over to first like that. And he's been our guy for a couple years now.
He normally throws the 90-mile-an-hour fastball no matter where he is, and that time he tried to throw the changeup and really kind of pulled the pin on it and just launched it.
I'd have to go back and look, but maybe Caleb wasn't to the bag yet.
Oh, no,
I'm not sure what Gable was doing there.
He just knew he didn't have to throw it super hard, and so he tried to take a little something off running, and he'd have been better off, I suppose, just setting his feet. And
fourth error of the game by the Hawks. I mean, that's the 8th for the weekend.
That is not Coach Heller ball.
That will, that'll drive Coach up the wall. No balls in the strike on Matt Rose. Righty on righty matchup here. Pitch from right. Just inside for a ball.
Doesn't make me as a broadcaster super happy.
Right. Some of the happenings of today are, kind of up in those, hey, that's baseball category. But to see Gable kind of make that mistake, you don't want to be too hard on him. That one is just a little bit surprising.
That one's out of character.
Yep.
I mean, you don't see it. He plays so hard. You mentioned earlier when he ran into second base, he sticks his head down, went full speed into second. All I could think of is Gable doesn't do anything less than full speed. I don't think you can, in that family, do anything less than full speed.
1-2 pitch to Rose. Popped foul. Yeah, Caleb at first base, look out next time. That ball is going to go right through his glove.
Right. You're going to get the fastball next time. And I think that's the other thing you're fairly certain with Gable is he's going to learn something from that.
Right, looking to seal the deal here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Oh, it hit him inside and got him on the wrist. I guess that's not the hand or the knob of the bat. That one was up on the forearm a bit.
That's been probably the other unfortunate thing today, and the struggle for the Hawkeye pitchers, particularly the bullpen, has been 2 strikes hasn't been a huge problem. It's been finishing it up and getting the third one.
Wright's first pitch to Mayo is tapped foul right side. Iowa back in action next weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Tournament at Stetson. 11 a.m. first pitch against Notre Dame on Friday morning. Pre-game coverage will start at 10:30. John Evans will have the call for you.
Hanging me out to dry.
0-1 pitch to Mayo. We'll wait a minute and spin and throw to second behind the runner. You've got some strange start times.
11 o'clock is going to be awful hard that first day there. After we get in at whatever time we get in on Thursday, and probably have a practice Thursday night to drag out and play on Friday.
0-1 to Mayo. Swing and a miss. Good pitch from Wright there. 11 a.m. against Notre Dame on Friday. 4 p.m. against the hosts Stetson on Saturday. And then grab your coffee. 9 a.m. against UMBC on Sunday.
Now, those are all Central times, right?
Correct.
So I'll catch an extra hour on all of those.
You're in good shape, yes. Ball 2 outside. And we'll be back against Washington State. 4 games in Clayburn, Texas. 2, 2, 2, and 11.
Okay.
So afternoon games for a majority of that series. A ball and 2 strikes on Mayo. Wright with a long pause. Now he kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Strikeout from Big Dan.
87-mile-an-hour pitch down and in there to get the second out. Get the out here and give yourself a chance.
It'll be Risley, Rogers, and Mitchell for Iowa in the 9th.
They're going to face somebody else.
Coach Heller is out to the mound again.
Sam Hart.
And we'll see Sam Hart. Pitching change in the bottom of the 8th. USF leads at 9-5. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hear that? That's the Iowa Lottery powering up the new Pac-Man scratch ticket, where you could chomp your way to $50K in instant cash prizes. Even if you don't score big in your first round, you still get an extra life. Because you can enter non-winning tickets in the VIP club for a chance to win a Pac-Man arcade package, plus your share of $325,000 in cash prizes. That's a lot of Waka Waka winning. Woo-hoo! Pac-Man is registered and copyrighted by Bandai Namco Entertainment Inc. Enter and see rules at iLottery.com/VIP.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is the right-handed senior from Highland Ranch, Colorado, Sam Hart. He's into the game in the 8th.
0-1 last year in 15 appearances, 13 innings, 17 hits. I think what I really liked about Sam, though, is he came on stronger as the year went along. He maybe a little overwhelmed at the beginning of the year, had some tough luck early on, and could have really destroyed his confidence, but I think when I did the pregame interview with him later in the season, it got a really great insight into just him, and it was kind of cool. There's something a little beyond just the pitcher. He hasn't really pitched that long, played shortstop for a long time, and had a coach tell him, hey, with that arm you could pitch, and so he tried to pitch normally, and coach asked him, well, why are you throwing over the top? That's not how you threw when you played shortstop. And so all of a sudden he dropped it down lower and was able to get some movements, keep his velocity. And obviously the step up last year to Iowa was a big step, but I think he'll carve out a niche and be pretty successful here hopefully this year for the Hawks as well.
Yeah, one of those back end of the bullpen guys that you kind of turn to in the 8th and 9th. At least that's what the goal is with him.
You're going to need somebody. Last year he was on a preseason watch list for the closer, and you're going to need somebody to replace Jack Young's innings from the right side, and what Jack was able to do, kind of the Swiss Army knife of situations. If you needed Jack to get out of that bases loaded jam with a ground ball early in the game, you could do it. If you needed him to close it out, he could do it. See if Sam can fill some of those shoes, at least stake a claim to it today.
Right. Runners at first and second, 2 outs for Hawkeyes. Righty on righty matchup in the bottom of the 8th. USF up by 4. First pitch from Sam on its way home. Just inside, ball 1. He started that at the hip of Hawkeyes.
His ball will have a lot of movement.
The ball and no strikes. The pitch from Hart. That's over for a strike. Sharp fastball at 89 miles an hour.
Up in the zone.
Runner takes off for third. The pitch is low. Throw to third is just a bit late. Really good pick from Frost, and he tried to get the tag there. Both runners actually advance with the backside advancement from Rose. So now 2 in scoring position for Hawkeyes. 2 balls and a strike on him.
Rogers' throw was just to the foul side of third base, so Frost had to backhand it and try to snap the tag over.
2-1 is outside. 3 balls and a strike. First base is open. The 3-1. Low, ball 4. Probably don't want to play with Hawkeyes too much there with first base being open. Don't give him anything too good, I guess. Base is loaded now for Pruitt, so it doesn't get much easier.
I was saying, I'm not sure why you would want to get to Pruitt.
Sam can't find the zone. Outside ball 1. Pruitt's reached each time today. 1-0. There's a strike from Sam. Low outside corner. 1-1. You think this guy will stay in the 9 hole for USF moving forward? I'd be surprised. Hart takes a deep breath. The 1-1. That's across for another strike. 1-2.
Let's just say there are gaps in his swing. But unfortunately, he's done a good job of moving those around a little bit.
A ball and 2 strikes. The pitch from Hart. Chop to the right side. Mitchell charging hard. Gable flips it to Wolf, and efficiently so, to get the 3rd out. Iowa holds, and we'll go to the 9th with the Hawks down by 4. It's 9-5. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
What a season! Pioneer Brand Z Series Enlist E3 soybeans made that farmer very happy. And his team is running out with buckets. Let's cut to Chris in the field.
Those buckets are filled with Pioneer Brand Z Series Enlist E3 soybeans, and they're getting poured.
The fastest growing trait technology all over his head. He's a good sport. He got great yields.
See why more farmers are switching to America's #1 soybean trait technology at pioneer.com/grow-enlist.
Hey Iowa, it's George Kittle, tight end for the San Francisco 49ers and proud former Hawkeye. Life can throw unexpected hits, much like catching a pass over the middle. If you're facing struggles with drug or alcohol use, or even mental health challenges, take a time out and call Your Life Iowa. Just like my teammates are there for me, the Your Life Iowa team is there for you. Get 24/7 free resources or find treatment options at yourlifeiowa.org.
A message from Iowa HHS.
Top of the 9th inning in Tampa. Need a rally. Iowa down 9-5, so their last chance to tie things up. Risley, Rogers, and Mitchell will try to do that, at least get us on our way there. Final game of the series. USF took the opener 5-4. Iowa rallied to even things up yesterday 8-2. And need some drama, need some excitement in the 9th to try to get back in this one and take this series over USF. Risley in the box first. Longoria pitching for USF. Right-hander versus right-hander. First pitch to Miles. It's a strike, outside corner. 0-1. USF with 9 runs on 13 hits. They've committed 2 errors. They've left 12 on base. Iowa 5 runs, 11 hits, 4 errors, and 10 left on. 0-1, Risley, check swing, but popped it up right side, and that will get into the USF dugout. Foul ball, 0-2.
Feels like those 12, 6 of them have been in the last 2 innings, though.
They have been late.
Bases loaded the last 2 innings.
Mm-hmm. And Risley down in a hole here, 0-2. 2 for 4 today. A couple of singles. 0-2 to Miles. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And Daniel Rogers will get a crack at it now.
Longoria has all of a sudden been impossible to hit.
Brought him back on back-to-back days. Rogers takes outside ball 1. pitch is outside as well, ball 2. Fastball for a strike from Longoria. 2 balls, 1 strike on Rogers. Led off the 7th with a home run. Second as a Hawkeye. 2-1 pitch to Dan. He went around 2-2.
Yeah, interesting there. The fastball kind of fooled him and tied him up. Good movement coming into his hands.
Two, outside, ball 3. See if Raj can keep fighting here, keep battling, find his way on, give the Hawks a chance in the top of the 9th, down 9-5. 3-2, inside, ball 4. The USF fans were ready to erupt with a cheer. Close pitch, but in. And now we'll see Gable Mitchell. Cooper Schulte on deck for Iowa. Mitchell can move Rogers and find himself on base. Fastball low from Longoria. He's missed on a few in a row now. 1 pitch at a time here. 1 away in the 9th. Iowa down by 4. Runner at first base. One-zero pitch from Longoria. Gable watched it go by for a strike, 1-1. Ben Swales has moved into the on-deck circle for Iowa. Gable in the left-handed batter's box, the 1-1. Took another strike, 1-2.
Again, good job from Gable to step out, kind of get comfortable. Longoria trying to work quickly.
He's having a nice day, 4 for 4. And here's a ground ball. This could be trouble to second. His only play will be to first to retire Mitchell for the second out of the inning. On the 4-3 put out.
Yeah, different situation. You might try to turn 2 there, but up 4 in the top of the 9th. Go ahead and take the out. And
going to tighten the grip on the Hawks.
Exactly.
All right, here comes Ben Swales. Last chance for the Hawks. 2 away, runner at second. Swales, redshirt sophomore from Tiffin. Played his high school ball at Clear Creek. 6'2", right-handed batter. He's in the mix at third base. First pitch to Swales. Dropped in for a strike.
Kind of became the designated pinch runner last year.
A lot of speed from Ben.
A lot of speed. Smart on the base paths.
No balls in a strike on Swales. The pitch from Longoria. And Ben fouled it off his foot. Hawks are down to their final strike here in Tampa. USF fans on their feet. Iowa down 9-5 in the 9th. The 0-2. Outside, ball 1. One-two pitch to Swales. Called third strike, breaking ball. Froze him. And the Hawks fall in game 3 of the series, 9-5. South Florida takes it, and they win the rubber match to take the series. Iowa drops to 1-2 in the early season. Not quite the opening weekend the Hawkeyes were looking for. We'll take a break. We'll start our post-game coverage right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Something big is happening at Hy-Vee. We've just lowered thousands and thousands of prices on thousands and thousands of items in every aisle and in every department. Online, too. And on many of your favorite products. We've even matched prices with some of the biggest discount stores in the country. Because we get it, times are still tough. So we'll continue to work hard to bring you new lower prices on thousands of items. Things are looking different at Hy-Vee. Come see for yourself.
South Florida wins the game today 9-5 over Iowa, and they take the series over the Hawks, dropping Iowa to 1-2 to start the 2025 season. John, we'll start with your takeaways.
Well, when we got off the bus today, we were kind of talking about what today was about. Coach Heller kind of gave his speech to the team about today being being okay, being uncomfortable, being out of sorts, and how do you respond to that? Early play because the game got moved up. Things haven't gone exactly the way you wanted this weekend, and I thought they started off with a good response, but it was almost like as the game went on, they got more and more tired, and that chance to put the game away, they didn't do it, and then the Bulls found the energy, were able to put it to Iowa.
9-5 USF wins it. Some offensive leaders, some good production from a few of the guys for Iowa today. Gable was 4 of 5 with 2 RBIs. Miles Risley 2 for 5. Dan Rogers with a home run today. So the Hawks, like you said, John, they started with a really strong approach and maybe just ran out of gas a little bit, it seemed, and didn't have the punch back that we saw on Friday night. When Iowa got down on Friday night, they were able to punch back and really put some pressure on USF late. Today, the punch wasn't exactly there once Iowa gave up the lead.
Yeah, the problem with the hitting was it just wasn't up and down the lineup. You had Gable 4 for 5, fantastic day, but you're just not enough then around him. Andy Nelson hitless behind him. You had Beeman had a hit, Frost had a hit, but 2 for 12 with runners in scoring position. Just couldn't pile it together. South Florida did a pretty good job of not compounding it. They did walk 5 guys, but again, it seemed to be sporadic. Whereas, like Friday night, Iowa made the mistakes in a big pile. Didn't stretch those out. I mean, even the starter there, DeCardenas was gave up a lot of hits, but he scattered them. It was a couple in this inning and a couple in this inning, and Iowa left a lot of guys on base early in the game where, you had that chance to really put it away and couldn't do it.
We'll take a break. We'll be back with highlights right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Get a great deal on select Kubota equipment. The BX Series is the #1 selling subcompact tractor in the U.S. The versatile lineup is built to help you make the most of your land. Right now at participating dealers, get a Kubota compact tractor for $0 down, 0% APR for up to 60 months. Plus, save up to $1,500 on select equipment. Now through September 30th, see us or go to KubotaUSA.com/disclaimers for full disclaimer.
Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Iowa falls in the series finale 9-5 to South Florida. We do have a few highlights to play. Let's hear them now. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. The pitch to Gable. Line drive into right. That is down for a base hit. 1 run is in. Here comes another. The Hawks have the lead, courtesy of Gable Mitchell. Heck of a job. Great at bat from Gable. Iowa leads it 2-1. Frost rips the 1-1 deep to left. It's carrying, and it is off the base of the wall. Jackson sprinting around first. He slides into second base with his first double as a Hawkeye. Boy, he gave that a ride. 1-1 to Beeman. Ground ball up the middle and through into center field. Rogers scores. Here comes Mitchell. He scores. It's a 2 RBI single for Beeman. He looks over to the dugout and sort of shrugs as he kind of threw his bat at that one. And the Hawks lead it 4-2. No balls and a strike on Dan. Here's the pitch. Rogers lifts this in the air to center. It's carrying well. Pruitt going back. Get going, baby. It is gone. Danny Rogers, his second bomb of the weekend. Boom. But ultimately, USF would win Sunday's game 9-5 and drop Iowa to 1-2 to start the season. All right, we'll take our final break. We'll come back and say so long from Tampa after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Play ball! It's college baseball season, and we're here to talk about it.
Every week, join Kyle Schassberger and me, David Kahn, as we deliver the best of college baseball.
We've got all the diamond talk you can imagine, with interviews from coaches, players, broadcasters, and more.
Plus, we'll give you our weekly rankings, hot takes, and a whole lot of fun.
Step into the batter's box and let us deliver our best fastball.
Wherever you podcast by searching College Sports Now.
Every day, you're out there, up before the sun, and pushing forward before the chaos of the day settles in. At Great Southern, we're right there with you because we understand the need for trusted support. Having a team that is seasoned, agile, ready, an award-winning team that knows their customers personally and is behind them at every step. There to assist you, inspire you, and echo your inner dialogue in those quiet moments. Keep going. Whether you're getting ready to meet the day or working on something big, we're your team. Great Southern Bank, understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
All right, time to say so long from Tampa, Florida, as USF knocks off Iowa today 9-5. Iowa now 1-2 to start the season. Back in action next weekend in DeLand, Florida. We'll be right back here in the Sunshine State next weekend. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Notre Dame, Stetson, and UMBC. John Evans has the call next weekend. First pitch against Notre Dame is slated for 11 o'clock Central Time. John has the pregame coverage beginning at 10:30. South Florida with 9 runs on 13 hits. They committed 2 errors. Iowa, 5 runs, 11 hits, 4 errors. The Hawkeyes could not overcome those errors, nor the 11 men left on base. The win goes to Jack Nedrow. The loss goes to Brant Hogue. South Florida wins it 9-5. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. For my great board op, Michael. Excellent job as always, Michael. Great to hear your voice once again. My broadcast partner, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long one final time from Tampa. We'll talk to you next week. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye, and some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Mid-American Energy. Call 811 before you dig. It's the law. Visit midamericanenergy.com for natural gas safety tips. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.